Good morning to members of the public. As you're joining us, we've just opened up the portal, and as soon as I get the signal everyone has been admitted, we'll start the meeting. I would estimate approximately 1 minute. Thank you. Good morning again to members of the public. If you're just joining us, we're just admitting folks into the meeting room. And as soon as I have the indication everyone's been admitted, we will begin the meeting. All right, let's begin then. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, January 26, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please take the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Briggs.
Present.
Commissioner Kalanche.
Here.
Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We do hope everyone is staying healthy during these challenging times. Welcome to the meeting. But it was just over a year ago that LA County reported the first case of COVID-19. And here we are a year later, approximately 1 million county residents testing positive, and more than 15,000 people have passed as a result of this horrible disease. And many people in our community are continuing to suffer and experience great loss. And certainly this department's no different. I know the chief will be reporting on it in his report about the number of infections and the amount of losses the department has suffered. But it's important to note that just yesterday we learned of Officer Philip Sodero, who passed due to this disease. We send our condolences to his family and friends and all of those who are suffering great loss in this difficult time. Names we know and names we do not know, all as a result of this terrible and horrible disease. We do wish everyone safety and remind everyone to please wear masks. As we begin our meeting today, I will give a broad overview of our procedure for those who may be new joining our meeting. Public comment will be heard during item number 2 on the agenda, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. And at the request of the speaker can be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public can participate in this meeting in a number of ways, all of which are outlined on the agenda that you can find online. The ways to participate are to call in, where members of the public can listen to the meeting without speaking or publicly participating. Written comment can be submitted in advance of the meeting to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. Of course, you can log into this Zoom meeting, which many people have, and raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak. In addition, you can call into a phone number listed on the agenda if you wish to listen to the meeting but also participate, and press *9 if you wish to speak on an agenda item. The first matter on our agenda today is the report of the Chief of Police. Chief Moore, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. And let me start this meeting as I did yesterday in my public remarks regarding announcing the death of 2 of our employees. And I'd ask for a moment of silence as we recognize the death of Sergeant Amelia Terry Martinez, a 28-year veteran of this department. She worked Hollenbeck area for much of her career. She leaves behind adult sons of Robert and Stephen, and a daughter of Amanda and Laura. The second individual that we lost, which is our 6th officer, is Officer Philip Sodorio of Southeast area. Philip worked there for Southeast for much of his career as well, 25-year veteran He leaves behind Jonah, his wife, adult sons, Joshua and Jacobs, and his daughter, Cecilia, who will turn 16 this next week. Now with 6 of our employees, this, as you indicated, Madam President, this pandemic continues to take a heavy toll on this entire department. Our efforts to combat this through protective measures, through workplace safety and hygiene, through distancing, reducing our footprint with telecommuting, those are all strategies that continue. In addition to the loss of our most recent 2 employees, we have 8 additional of our employees that are in the hospital. 3 of them are in very critical condition. I spoke this morning via text with Sheriff Villanueva. I want to recognize and also ask for a moment for LASO Deputy Santiago Carrillo, who was their 6th employee that has passed away as a result of this pandemic. He too has additional officers deputies that are in the hospital. And if I could just ask for your indulgence for a moment. Thank you. Commitment to the public is that the men and women of Los Angeles Police Department will work each day to ensure the safety of every community of Los Angeles and strive to do that in a manner that demonstrates respect, but also recognizes the perils. And they lean into this with efforts to protect you and themselves from this pandemic. We'd ask that we all work together in exercising social distancing, personal protective masks, and other efforts to combat this while this vaccine becomes available and becomes more widespread. And we look to a brighter day. As a department, we are, as we have seen the county, as we've experienced the death and the tragic of this impact of the virus, we've also seen a beginning of a receding, if you will, of a flattening of the curve. In the 2 weeks since we met, we have now grown to 2,481 of our employees that are COVID positive. Majority of them continue to be our sworn members of our rank and file. That's an increase of 252 individuals. I'm pleased to say that our at-home quarantine population has reduced. We were just under 900. 2 weeks ago, that number has fallen to 644. That's a reduction of 253 of our personnel that have recovered from this and are back in place and back at work for the safety of Los Angeles. Our total recovery so far has been 1,823. That's an increase of 526 since my last report. So what we have seen over the course of the last 2 weeks is the beginning of recovery. We still have many of our people are still testing positive, so the numbers are still coming back in that sense. I'm also pleased to say that our efforts at workplace safety, ensuring people are wearing masks and face coverings, that our workplace practices or honoring the guidelines of Department of Public Health are showing success. Department of Public Health just issued a report on their most recent inspection of our downtown communications center, which has been a focal point, a hotspot, if you will, in which we passed the inspection without any criticism or areas for improvement. We're in full compliance. So to that, I think the men and women, our command officers that are ensuring that we continue to practice good hygiene and good safety measures. I want to move over to a couple other matters of significance. This past week, there was much reported, and it somewhat lines up with, very much lines up with the subject on today's agenda, and that is human trafficking. And the Operation Los Angeles that was just completed, a 7-day operation to locate and recover missing persons, primarily juveniles. 33 were rescued as part of this. 12 of those individuals, those young people from South Los Angeles. This joint effort led by the FBI focuses on youth exposed to sex trafficking and works with a combination, a coalition of Department of Children and Family Services, probation, the Sheriff's Department, and of course our men and women in the Human Trafficking Task Force. In this last year, you'll hear the increase in sex trafficking. We believe it's influenced largely by this COVID that has had impacts on other operations, if you will, adult entertainment sites, and other types of commercial sex trade. And with that reduction or elimination of those businesses, it has pushed or influenced behaviors where we're seeing a much higher rate of youth and adults involved in commercial sex trade that are being victimized and and are in our streets. And you'll hear today about our efforts to work with the community and with those individuals suffering from this to rescue them and also hold those that would prey upon these individuals responsible. We had two categorical uses of force that I want to report to you today. The first being a non-tactical, unintentional discharge. And for the public, what that means is that a firearm was fired or a round was expended that was not during an action where we're taking police action, and it wasn't intentional, it was an accident. This happened at the Academy, the Elysian Park Academy, on the 13th of January, and resulted in not just a Force Investigation Division investigation, but also a personnel investigation because of the facts and circumstances that I'm about to explain. About 10:30 that morning on the 13th, employees at the Elysian Park Academy were working inside their offices when they heard a loud bang. Due to ongoing live fire training occurring at the Academy, which is part of our day-to-day training, the employees did not initially believe anything had occurred unusual. At about 11 o'clock that morning, the employees entered a bathroom and discovered an expended shell casing on the floor. Additionally, the employee discovered a hole in the bathroom wall that appeared to be caused by a fired bullet. The commanding officer was notified and FID responded and forced investigation to conduct their investigation. Their investigation was able to positively identify that an employee who had been off duty at the time of the incident and at the Academy for other purposes had experienced this unintentional discharge. The employee was ordered to be on duty and was formally interviewed and confirmed that she was responsible for that unintentional discharge. The investigation determined no one, fortunately, was injured by this incident, but due to the circumstances of it, this is now a personnel investigation, and the involved employee has been placed on no field capacity pending the outcome of the personnel investigation. Second matter was an officer-involved shooting that did involve a hit that occurred in Central area. This is our first officer-involved shooting for 2021. It happened on the 21st of January at about 4:40 in the afternoon in the area of Mercury Court, north of 7th Street. On that date, Central Patrol officers responded to a radio call of a man later identified as Mark Rodriguez, a male Hispanic, 41 years of age. This individual was described by officers as having pointed a handgun at victims. The victim provided a description of Mr. Rodriguez and directed the officers to where he was last seen. The officers located Mr. Rodriguez and observed him holding what they believed to be a handgun. The officers gave Mr. Rodriguez numerous commands to drop the gun. However, reportedly he did not comply. Mr. Rodriguez reportedly pointed the handgun in the officer's direction, which resulted in an officer-involved shooting. Mr. Rodriguez was struck by gunfire and was transported to a nearby hospital where he underwent surgery, and it appears that he will survive his injury. He was absentee booked, meaning he was booked while in the hospital for brandishing an imitation handgun. That imitation handgun was found on the scene. Fortunately, no officers or others were injured, and Force Investigations Division will continue their investigation of this matter. And this matter will be brought before the board for final deliberations as to the findings. I want to take a moment and just talk and now with this completion of this, that this does represent the first officer-involved shooting for the year. And last year at this time, we had two. This year was a hit. Last year, the two was one involved a no hit, meaning that no one was injured or no suspect was injured. And the other one was a hit. We had one fatal last year. This year, of course, I've said we've had none. But I want to report just briefly that yesterday we made a passing comment about the number of officer-involved shootings. The mayor commented on it. We ended last year, 2020, with 27 officer-involved shootings, of which 7 of them involved a fatality. Now, the 27 is the second lowest in more than 30 years, total number of officer-involved shootings. The year before, as a reminder, was 26. In 2019, we had 12 of those 26 officer-involved shootings resulted in a fatality. And that was a year after year reduction since 2015, where we saw continued cascading reduction each in the number of fatalities. Last year's reduction represents the lowest number of fatalities and officer-involved shootings in our records. In looking at the numbers, for instance, I'll give you quickly. In 2011, we had 26 fatal officer-involved shootings. 2012, 17. 2013, we had 15 officer-involved shootings that resulted in a fatality. 2014, that number was 18. 2015, 21. 2016, 20. And then it began dropping. 2017, it dropped to 17. 2018, 14. 2019, 12. And this last year, 7. I bring this out because I think it's important to point out that also last year's 27 officer-involved shootings represented 44% reduction in the number of officer-involved shootings from 2015. And I bring that out because I think it's a continued effort of the department, this commission, and its policy, and its training, and its finding alternatives and accountability to ensure their officers use deadly force only when necessary and as a last resort. I also bring this up because, unfortunately, in this morning's paper, the LA Times editorial, in my view, suggested that officer-involved shootings increased, or at least remained at a heightened pace. And I think that they've missed the opportunity to identify that in this time of increased violence and the loss of life, with the 38% increase in homicides that occurred primarily in our most disadvantaged communities, that the department is working and striving and achieving significant results in lessening and lowering the instances of us resorting to the use of deadly force. And so I do believe that it's important to pull that information out so that as we look at what in 2020 was a difficult year in violence, in shooting violence, and we look at the number of additional homicides and shooting victims and a loss of a decade, and the areas in which that shooting violence occurred in South Los Angeles and central part of the city has continued into the beginning of this year. And looking at the numbers in the first 25 days of this year, we've had 133 shooting victims. That number was 41 last January. That's a tremendous increase and is a continuation of what we saw in November going into December. The shooting violence is outside. It's largely involving disputes between mutual parties of gang members, gang involved individuals, but it also involved just yesterday, a 65-year-old man taking his daughter to work at 3 a.m. in the northeast area of Central Bureau, when apparently a vehicle came alongside and opened fire on that vehicle and struck and killed that man, as well as injured his daughter. This man had no prior criminal history, no other involvement. His efforts was simply to take a person, his daughter, to work. So this violence that is occurring in Los Angeles, yesterday we brought it, was said, these are individuals, each of these represent a life, a future, and our efforts is going to continue to take every enforcement effort that's constitutional, that's fair, that's legal, to hold accountable those responsible. I'm proud of the work of LAPD, of the men and women that in this last year focused on gun violence, focused on reducing the number of people carrying guns in the field. And what we saw with that was gun arrests that were up 35%. And we saw, however, also an increased propensity for people to carry firearms, with weapon arrests for people in a car up 57%. And our homicide arrests also increased. But our success here is not through just enforcement alone. We must hold and identify and hold accountable those that are responsible for this violence. But it's also key that resources such as our youth intervention, gang intervention, our supportive services that provide jobs, housing, and alternatives that are increased and made available. I know many people and many county and city agencies are trying to work on that. And I just lastly ask the community that as those resources are being brought to bear and as the department stands and leaning forward to solve these crimes and deter other acts of violence, is that we need your voice. We need you to do your continued voice. I was proud of the work of Community Build last Friday that was in the field, in the street, in a safe and COVID compliant manner to talk about the fact that the community does not accept or allow this type of violence to go unchecked, that it's not part of the culture, it's not part of a creed or custom, and that there's no place for that level of for that violence in their neighborhood. I'm also encouraged that Councilman De Leon from the East LA has stepped in and is asking for a similar community march and community discussion regarding this. And I would just ask for for elected officials and all of us to continue to work to find ways to bring awareness to this, and also avenues to off-ramp people who have begun to resort to a level of violence that we have not seen in the city in more than a decade. It is a very trying time. This pandemic has been harsh and emotionally devastating to so many people. And I believe that we're seeing it occur in our neighborhoods. As I look across the national landscape, now closed, and then we track 9 other major cities across the country on shooting violence and homicides. In those 9 cities in 2020, New York City saw a 39% increase in homicides. Chicago saw a 55% increase on homicides. That's an increase on top of an earlier increase for Chicago. Houston saw a 47% increase in homicides. And Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and the unincorporated or contract cities saw a 39%. Troubling on this is that as we start this year, in the first 4 weeks of this year, Dallas, Philadelphia, Las Vegas, Houston, Chicago, and the Sheriff's Department all are seeing double-digit increases in their homicides compared to last year. So we recognize that last January, we're not in the midst of a pandemic, as Commissioner Decker indicated. We're just starting with the first reports of it. We certainly are very long in the tooth in the sense of the impact of this pandemic on all of our social systems and criminal justice system and everything today, the 10th or 11th month into this. But I do believe that the area that we need to work on and focus more on is, as we exit this pandemic, is ensuring that our communities, all of them, all the stakeholders, understand that they hold the key to us reducing this violence and regaining a safer sense of community. That this is not just solely a police department or law enforcement matter, that this shared responsibility is on all of us. With that, I conclude my remarks and be happy to take any comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Chief. And my apologies for not mentioning Sergeant Martinez earlier as well, obviously. And I want to send our respects to her family as well and our condolences. Let me open it up for questions from commissioners. Commissioner Sobroff, I see you've opened your microphone. Did you have a question, sir?
Sure. I want to talk for a second about the vaccine, Chief, and the ability of our rank and file officers who have tested positive at a rate 300% higher than general Los Angeles County, which is 1 million out of 10 million, and we have about 30%. Glad to see the recovery and the emphasis, the importance of the work of the officers certainly earns a place in line for vaccine, for the safety of Los Angeles. And I wonder how we are doing in getting vaccine into the arms of the rank and file.
We are doing, the plan is here. We're ready to execute it. The challenge that the city is having is the same shared in the county and across the country, and that is supply. The logistics of getting the vaccine into the providers, into the needles, so we can put them into the arms, has been what's been compromised. We're working, we're part of a city and county task force. Deputy Chief Dominic Choi and Deputy Chief Pete Zarconi. I receive a weekly report from him, but we end up talking every other day. We're working closely with our fire department, who, as you know, is working with a number of private partners on the largest vaccine site in America at Dodger Stadium. But we were notified just this past weekend that what prescribed numbers of doses that they had anticipated were severely impacted and reduced. So there's a crimp in the hose someplace. There's a compromising the number of vaccines so that we could be delivered. The plan from the beginning, and this vaccine process is about 5 weeks old. I want to remind America, remind our people, we're expecting quite a bit in a short run-up time, and I think we're delivering as a nation. But we also want to do better and can do better. But in the initial plan, law enforcement was 1B of the tier process. So tier 1B 1A is what we're in the midst of. The schedule back in December, anticipating the 1B delivery, when we had a more ambitious or more optimistic view of what the number of doses would be available, was that we would start 1B towards the middle to late January, early February. And I believe that we will see, depending on this next week to 2 weeks, if the supply does improve, which there are varying reports that it will, that we'll start seeing mass vaccinations of the department. Our current plan is working with LA Fire to rely on LA Fire at established stations where we will receive on a routine basis the vaccine, the first dose, and then the follow-up dose. Additionally, yesterday on the mayor's cabinet meeting, this was a topic for all general managers as to law enforcement and other essential workers within the city workforce. And then also a reminder that we also are looking, hopefully, with the pharmaceutical industry, working with the retailers and our CVS and various drugstores and so forth, and also private physicians to provide another layer of law enforcement, perhaps not the uniform officers working the front lines or working in communications or those areas that come in high public contact, but there'll be a segment of workers that will likely see the vaccine through their private health provider rather than the department. But for us, I'm planning, I've got at least 7,000 people who are desirous of the vaccine. Currently, we are receiving, when there are unused doses, an option where we can move quickly, and we have each day we have a ready list of officers and personnel that are in these high critical positions that can respond to a to a vaccine site that has not used a few of their doses. And I'm proud of that coordination with the fire department and with county health, because they're doing everything possible that vaccines would be utilized and not go unused. And my last message on this to the public is that if you have an appointment, I need you to pull heaven and earth to get there. We are hearing reports from time to time of individuals that because of a wait or because of one matter or another, an appointment has been made, but they've not arrived. And that, of course, jeopardizes that dose. And so as difficult and as trying as it is for people 65 and older, and in the first tier, in order to get an appointment, we need to recognize that if you have that appointment, that is like having a Super Bowl ticket. You want to make sure you use it. And it's going to save your life, and it can save the life of your family. So I'm confident that as soon as the supply arrives, that we'll be able to begin the vaccination process of our people in a very aggressive manner.
Chief, how many of the 7,000 have gotten their first dose?
We believe that about 2,000 right now we've been able to fashion through with this excess capacity, if you will, this unused access.
Okay, and I think I've been reading about your message, which is similar to many of our messages, to the consciousness of the vaccine chasers in their 20s and 30s, who are out there basically taking vaccine away from our 5,000 officers and many people in tier 1. And my message is I just hope that they would think twice. I mean, we have 5,000 officers that need this vaccine and have some standing, some priority standing in relation to many other groups in the 1A category. And I would hope that enters their mind when they're and they will not continue to do that. So these officers and the other people who need it more can get it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is that a Commissioner Soborov? Okay.
Yes.
Other commissioners? Please open your microphone if you have questions, please. Commissioner Bonner, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Chief, just 2 questions for you, please. The first was on your comments relative to the officer-involved shootings, and obviously, very encouraging and positive trend, as you pointed out. And I would just ask, going forward, I believe sometime soon we'll be getting the comprehensive use of force report, I believe, because I'm just interested in understanding what the picture looks like relative to the overall use of force.
Mhm.
And so that's what I just, comment on, that I'm looking forward to kind of seeing what that is. So you can also understand, and maybe now, which is the question is, are there any areas that you're aware of now where the trend is potentially going the other way toward more force, or, are there any other, whether it's non-categorical or categorical?
So the instances of non-categorical, low levels uses of force, physical force that complained of pain, I believe those numbers are up incrementally. I'm looking right now for my chart. I will say that we will have the department-wide full comprehensive reporting of statistics on all levels of force and the outcomes of adjudications of those. I would anticipate that in March. And yet I will also, we do track this monthly as far as the instances of non-categorical and categorical use of force. And again, my apologies, I don't have the report right in front of me here, but I'll make sure you get a copy of it.
Yeah, I mean, just at least on if there's any outlier in particular that's worth looking at now, or at least being drawn attention to now, you can just have somebody let me know that. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
The second question, you were talking about the increase in shootings for last year and this year, and I forget exactly the specific phrase that you used, but you referenced off ramps, or I think was the term that you used, and that was you were speaking in the context, I think, of young people who may be encountered along the way, who are able to be assisted with other forms of services or assistance that may help them avoid getting further involved in either side of a shooting incident. And the question is, does the department or any department that you're aware of capture any such data on that point, in terms of, I know that this comes up, like we'll talk a little bit about human trafficking, and there's conversations around how many people who are treated either by the department or in the healthcare system who get referred to services that that may help them out of that situation. But in the context of gun violence and shooting, does anyone have that kind of data around in terms of the number of youth who are or young people who may be encountered along the way and then assisted with some appropriate services or other support that would minimize their future involvement in shootings?
Yes, the couple different agencies or organizations, in addition to the department, we of course have the pre-arrest diversion of juveniles, been a strategic focus of us for the last 5 years, and we can report the numbers of those and then the outcomes of what happens when they're referred to a group such as Sentinella, and they have a 6-month engagement, and the efforts of a successful exit where we can dispo that initial crime, so that the individual no longer has that over their head, if you will, or task on a record that becomes a collar on them. Additionally is Department of Children and Family Services, and then the city agency is our Gang Reduction Youth Development, and who has contracts with a number of prevention and intervention efforts on youth and adults. And then the Office of Reentry from the Mayor's office is also another entity that tracks this, working with the probation and CDC, and in the sense of understanding people as they are coming out of an incarcerated setting. And then lastly, the city attorney's office also has a diversion process, and we're working now with the DA's office, with DA Gascon, to expand it with for adults for pre-arrest diversion involving some felonies and many of the misdemeanors. The misdemeanor side is City Attorney Fuhrer, and on the felony arrests with a certain criteria of prior background is an effort that we're just now getting in the infancy with the district attorney's office. So I think this is a subject. I'll say it's complicated. There's a lot of different numbers, a lot of different views on it. I'm sure Commissioner Kalanchi can comment on this as well. I'd invite an opportunity for us to come and talk with our out of Detective Bureau, the coordination of the various entities to give some perspective. Juvenile arrests are down 85% in the last decade. So those off ramps and some of those alternatives, I think are being used. But we also, what I mean right now by identifying some of those off ramps are closed because of the inability to have group settings, the inability to have meetings and encounters with people in the immediate aftermath of shooting violence or with survivors and families. Those off ramps have served effective in disabling or disrupting further acts of violence. And right now, a lot of that is being impacted by this COVID-19. One of the areas we're working on now closed. One of the areas we're working on, for instance, because of an off ramp that's closed with gang intervention, is I'm trying to get them testing. We're front of the line testing so that they can, if they are exposed to the virus, they can determine whether or not they have to be isolated instead of having to preemptively be isolated, which takes them out of the field. Also, they are another essential worker. I'm proud of the fact that Los Angeles was one of the first, if not the first, agency in America that identified gang interventionists as essential workers. And when we began the Safer at Home prospect. So now with that said, how do we get them access to the vaccine as well? There's quite a number of people at the front. But those are the off ramps I'm talking about that are somewhat closed right now or compromised by this pandemic.
And just a quick follow up on, because there's, and this is relative to two areas within the department that I'm curious about. One is, for example, the CSP and CSP Bureau. I'm thinking of, they have a lot of interaction with young people, and the whole, one of the, the idea is to build those relationships and so on. So I'm wondering there whether either they do or can start in some way to capture some of that kind of information as well, in terms of obviously, you're not necessarily reporting on every young person that you interact with, but my assumption just in hearing some discussion about the programs is that there are some outlier cases or cases that are of particular note, if you will, where an officer or a set of officers has gotten to know a particular young person or young people that have led to some positive outcomes. So I'd be curious to know, particularly now that you're expanding the Bureau and that's going to have some administrative capacity and so on, whether that's something that that can be tracked there. And then related, I have spent a little bit of time, and we'll be spending some more time with some officers and just understanding some of their interactions with people or young people in particular. And I've seen also in those cases where an officer will point to people on the street who are known to the officer and who the officer knows. And I'm wondering, do those kinds of stories, I'm not speaking at any time an officer has a positive interaction, or I'm not speaking in that case, but again, I'm speaking of situations where someone really has developed a relationship and gotten to know someone and help them get to in the hands of others who can help them avoid further interaction with law enforcement. And are those just anecdotes that are kind of told amongst officers in the department, and some of them maybe not told at all, but are there also cases where someone does share an incident, in other words, so that there's a learning opportunity to other officers understanding how Officer A might have been helpful, and so that Officer B can learn from and model some similar behavior as well. So that's also what I'm just wondering is those interactions, those daily interactions, whether any of that ever gets captured as well, so that officers can learn how to model the good behaviors that lead to some positive outcomes.
Yes, quickly, I'll say that, and this I think again would benefit from a presentation by our youth services part of what is currently the CODD, Community Outreach and Development Division, out of the Office of Operations. I'll reference our youth service officers oversee our Jeopardy, our cadet programs, youth programs internally. They also partner with organizations such as Operation Progress, OP, Building Blue Bridges, the YMCA. I'm a member on the Metro YMCA board, and we partner with them to support them with big brothers, big sisters, kind of mentoring sessions. There are grassroots efforts with Boys and Girls Clubs and other types of youth-oriented organizations locally. But I think, again, on that effort, and that is when a cop and kid talks, lives are changed, including that officers. And so we appreciate and engage in that. I do think that, again, bringing CSPB and measuring those engagements, it will be part of their metrics. But I think that this is an area that we could benefit by bringing greater visibility by coming back to you with a fuller presentation.
Very good. And I'll ask Mr. Tfank to work with your office chief to help set that up for a time, hopefully in February, Mr. Tfank, if we could. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bonner. Any other questions from commissioners? Just open your mic, Commissioner Kalanche.
Thank you. Hi, Chief. How are you?
Good morning. Great. Thank you.
I have a quick question. I noticed that the diversity, the standing report is not part of your report. So I'm wondering if we could get that back on the agenda. When I started on the commission, it was something that was on there. It was like a standing item, unless we've decided it's not a standing item anymore to report on.
Well, I'm happy to go ahead. I'm happy to have a conversation on that. We had gotten into a point where I talked with Mr. Tfank and Commission President regarding not that it was stale, but that I not had a meaningful update from 1 week to the next. I do have a meeting with Commander Flores to understand the status of the racial equity and diversity program as far as a written plan that is due back before this commission. But I'll also say that her work with the Career Development Guidebook, they've just finished their review of that to ensure that it's inclusive, that it values diversity, that it takes the types of attributes of her program and is reflective in that employee guidebook. She also joined with me on a community engagement matter with the Human Relations Commission that just finished their they had dinners and outreach efforts last week. Commissioner Decker was on the presentation report, and Commander Flores was here also to ensure that as we go about a series of dinners with LAPD and our communities, particularly communities of color and youth communities of color in the 2021, that it's going to be reflective, culturally competent and reflective of our past, as well as our ambition in building and deepening trust with those communities going forward. But I'm happy. And then lastly, she now will oversee the RIPA steering committee, which is a part of the racial, the bias policing, the racial bias reports regarding the impacts that enforcement efforts, stop data and so forth has on communities of color. And in interpreting that data, she met last week with the standing steering committee, and there's a commitment to broaden the community representation, particularly in the faith community in that committee. So I'm getting periodic updates on it, but we had, for the sake of time, I'm out about 40 minutes into my presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And Commissioner Kalanche, it's our intent to have the chief continue to provide updates, but also we thought we're at the point where we can get more robust presentations made by the department and not specifically rely on the chief every week to provide those updates now that it's become institutionalized, structuralized within the department. But any member of the commission who would like to talk to Mr. Tfank and have things added from the agenda, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah, I think one of my concerns is also the need to address internal diversity. And I know we received letters from different employee groups, so maybe a presentation from the different employee groups would be great. If we could schedule that for the agenda, that would be awesome.
Great.
Terrific. Mr. Tfank, please work on that as well at the convenience of the employee organizations, but hopefully in February as well. Anything further, Commissioner Kalanche? No, any other questions from commissioners? Chief, just a quick follow-up, and today might not be the time to address it. I wonder if there is any update on the budget situation. I know the hearings have started in City Council. Again, it may not be the right week to go into it, but wonder if you have any update for us on that item.
No material change. I know that I believe that the effort is still to avoid layoffs on the sworn side. The civilians labor organizations did tentatively agree or ratify a contract amendment or adjustment to their existing bargaining agreements, which, if it's adopted by all by those civilian bargaining units, they will avoid both furloughs as well as layoffs, the layoffs till at least for this fiscal year. So that's 274 potential layoffs that at this point appears to have been averted. We are in a continued hiring and promotional freeze, and I'm hopeful that there was a early report of a preliminary ratification by firefighters and their rank and file to assist the city in such a fiscal crisis. And I'm hopeful that there'll be a similar agreement of sorts with our labor units on a sworn capacity, which will allow us to avoid the layoffs and also not just avoid layoffs, but restore our hiring and promotions. We are now at just at 9,800 personnel. We will drop to 9,750 within the next, I would estimate the next 30 to 45 days. And we've hired approximately 80 individuals this fiscal year. We were scheduled or anticipated to hire 255, and that, or I'm sorry, 251 to end this fiscal year at 9,750. So if we will drop well below that if we continue this hiring freeze. And again, the hiring freeze is being brought on as a promotional freeze due to the city's efforts to close a $650+ million budgetary shortfall.
Thank you, Chief. I know we'll get further into this in the weeks ahead, but thank you for that brief overview. I'm sorry, Commissioner Burns, do you have a question, sir?
I do. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
During your presentation, you mentioned the sex trade, and I know that we have a number of comments on that particular topic this morning. So I just need clarity around that particular issue of human trafficking. And please correct me if I'm wrong. It's my understanding that a large segment of human trafficking involves pretty much the enslavement of young girls, young women, and their exploitation in the sex trade. Is that a fair characterization?
Absolutely. Both the enslavement and the exploitation, the ruining of lives. They are just devastated by this.
And part of that enslavement and exploitation, would it be fair to say that these young people are induced to imbibe drugs to the point where they're addicted on drugs themselves, and this is one means of controlling them?
Yes, the use of narcotics, the addiction to it, as well as physical markings, physical abuse, the grooming of these individuals by their pimps and those that pander in this is there's an entire formula of human just capture and dominance and violence, murder, assaults, sexual assaults. You'll have a full presentation here today as an item, but and that's why as an organization, we see these as not as victims, not as suspects. These are individuals that we're trying to rescue and from this livelihood. There are some philosophical issues about a sex trade and a willingness of the individual to be involved in a commercial sex trade. These individuals may present at times to an officer or to a person in the street as they're there of their own volition, but as you work with them and understand the psychological condition that they fall themselves in and the dependence that they become on for those that prey upon them, it is entirely an abusive and as you said, exploitive relationship that I'm thankful that in the last decade plus, law enforcement has begun to look at differently. I know in Los Angeles, we're trying to look at this and we exercise regularly the efforts of how do we rescue these individuals who sometimes from a psychological standpoint, quote unquote, don't represent as wanting to be rescued, but are on a peril of loss.
And would it also be fair to characterize that in some instances there are large criminal organizations behind the sex trade?
Absolutely. It is a significant, in the last 2 decades, it has become a significant, one of the more primary means of supporting criminal enterprises, particularly street gangs, because of the cannabis and other drugs and so forth have become more problematic than exploiting the commercial sex trade and dominating and taking from these women their very existence for financial gain.
Thank you, Chief.
Unfortunately, lastly, I'll say it's become part of pop culture. It's even been bragged, or it's become centered part of some pop culture in a very disturbing sense that it's glorified.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chief. We will obviously do a deeper dive on this subject matter later in the agenda. So that concludes the Chief's report on the agenda. Madam Secretary, let's begin the public comment period, and please queue up our first speakers, please.
Okay, our first speaker is Jason R., followed by Becky G.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report 3A and 3B and general public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So commissioners, I was very disappointed to see y'all decide to vote in favor of LAPD's use of the photo comparison technology, despite the fact that the people and the community were against it. Just so you remember, it was over 60 unique organizations that signed on calling for a complete ban. In addition, y'all received over 1,000 public comments rejecting its use and calling for its ban. As you push through yet another racist tool for the LAPD to use, you purposely failed to address legitimate community demands for more information regarding the prior use of facial recognition in Los Angeles communities. We know that the LAPD has been using facial recognition technology since 2009. We know that they've used it at least 30,000 times, even as Josh Rubenstein lies on record claiming that they don't use this technology in their department. The community, through a Public Records Act, requested and asked for the LAPD to disclose its use of this technology, but they declined. Why would they decline if they have nothing to hide? So we're still calling for an immediate ban of LAPD's use of racial recognition technology, as the lady last week or 2 weeks ago said it. And if you were quick to approve this, you should keep that same energy and immediately launch an investigation into how it's been used by the LAPD illegally for all of these years. Now, if you would stop limiting the public comment period to 45 minutes, maybe you'd be more inclined to listen to the people and the community. You have plenty of people calling in to speak to the specifics of this agenda, and they give you a detailed breakdown on why so much of this department's actions are deplorable, yet you allow racists to spew their white supremacist ideology unchecked while reading their love letters to LAPD aloud. You all are complicit in silencing the voices of concerned and dedicated Angelinos by limiting who can speak at your meetings and for how long. Regarding items 3A and 3B, anti-trafficking task force do not help communities, but actually harm them. And they contribute to the adverse health outcomes for sex workers and self-identified victims of human trafficking. If you listen to the weekly public comment, and if you read the recent community survey by LMU of Los Angeles, you would know that the communities and individuals are demanding a divestment in policing and a defunding of the LAPD, not a continuation of tactics and task force that traumatize communities further. Lastly, since y'all seem so inclined to make this police department one of the future, why are there still cops on horses? We saw your force mounted using these animals to try and trample people last week that were on sidewalks. I know that this propaganda move aimed at winning the hearts of children and animal lovers, but if y'all want the LAPD to have drones and now this racial recognition technology, why haven't you done away with this antiquated symbol of white supremacy? Since this is 2021, your overseers have large wooden sticks instead of whips. And then lastly, as Soberoff stated earlier, Chief Moore, your officers contract COVID at a 300% higher rate than the public. I wonder why. It's because they don't wear fucking masks. You spoke with such sadness about 2 of your officers dying from COVID-19. But again, I would like for you to reiterate, what is the LAPD or this commission doing to reprimand officers for not wearing masks?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Becky G, followed by Zach Sherwin.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report 3A, 3B, public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, good morning, Chief and Commissioners. Why is there no outrage about the huge spike in crime? Homicides are up 136%, gang homicides up 266%, victims shot 266%. Why do you commissioners still ignore that because your direct lack of support of officers, you have single-handedly contributed to the increase in crime? Why don't we ever hear from victim or victim advocate groups in these meetings? The victims of whom, by the way, are predominantly people of color. Why do you all focus your efforts on criminalizing police and victims and glorifying known criminals? Stop lying to yourselves in the community that gang members and criminals are the victims. Stop using the virtual lens in your role as commissioners. As a reminder, you serve the people's voice in reducing crime and the fear of crime. Being commissioner does not mean using this platform to cultivate your personal needs, interests, or businesses. I'm talking to you, Kalanche. Just because the majority of you feel guilty that you didn't experience major struggles in your lives does not mean that you should pacify criminals to make yourselves feel better. Has it ever occurred to you that victims experience struggles too? Maybe you need to start compiling data on the demographic background of victims so you commissioners understand the level of devastation you've created. So instead of focusing on making a feasible, concrete plan to reduce crime, you're actually considering making additional cuts to crime reduction by cutting funding to human trafficking? You virtually signaled several meetings ago about having an academy class that comprised primarily of women, but you are now wanting to cut funding to a program that primarily saves women? Do you not know that most human trafficked and sexually exploited persons are women, right? Believe all women, right? You know that most of them are minors or were first trafficked as minors, right? But finally, thank you, Commissioner Briggs, for educating the rest of the commissioners of that fact. Really, Bonner and Decker? Crime is up at astronomical rates, but you continue to tunnel vision OIS? You realize there have been more homicides in the city in just the first month of the year compared to the total, including non-fatal OIS in 2020? You clearly want the increase in crime to justify and maintain your position as commissioners. I urge you to stop defunding programs, including human trafficking, and start funding all units of the department. However, Bonner, you are right on one thing. There are several positive anecdotes performed by all officers that goes completely unnoticed, not only by the community, but for management and commissioners and council members. Thank you, Chief Moore, for providing the real facts. Shame on you, commissioners, for cutting funding to the department when Chief Moore and his officers are clearly making strides to make improvements. Do you commissioners really believe that gang members are going to make the same efforts? Commissioners, I understand that your egos are too big to admit fault in your decisions to decrease funding, but now is the time to take action and correct your mistakes. As Chief Moore stated, this is a shared response that you commissioners have failed to answer. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Mrs. H.
Yes, I'd like to speak to all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, great. I'll just open by saying how silly it is that I can get 3 minutes on the clock by saying that I want to speak to, quote, all items. I wish this commission showed as much concern about meaningful oversight of this police department as it does about these administrative and procedural minutia. And with that said, I'll now turn to address all items. Commissioner Decker, you encouraged us in your opening remarks to wear masks. At this point, none of us can pretend that LAPD officers are paragons of mask wearing. To the contrary. Also, by this point, I have no expectation that you or any of the other commissioners would ever do anything as radical as, say, asking Chief Moore if he has anything to say about this thing that comes up week after week. So I guess I'll just say thanks for letting us, the community, know that it's a good idea to wear masks almost a year into this pandemic. Please let us know if it's also a good idea for us to wear seatbelts and whether we should chew our food thoroughly before we swallow so as to avoid choking. The community doesn't want facial recognition technology. You had over 1,000 public comments rejecting LAPD doing this. You had 60+ organizations signing on against it. And this commission just votes against the community that you purport to represent. It's really dispiriting. You're also accepting these donations for video equipment from the LA Police Foundation right after you approve the use of further facial recognition technology. The community rejects all donations from the LA Police Foundation. I will speak quickly about public comment. I was thinking today about this time last year when we would all be in the room together for these meetings and you all had to look at people's faces as they were speaking to you and you didn't have this technology to hide behind. You know, it's so easy to look away from the Zoom camera, not even giving the pretense of paying attention to what the speaker is saying. Not that anybody's doing that literally right now as I'm saying these words. Not that Steve Soberoff wasn't holding his phone into the lens, obscuring most of it while people were speaking earlier. You know, because it's so easy and it's so easy to be distracted by these Zoom calls, you should be doing things to amplify the opportunities people have to speak. It's like a watered down version of the power of being in the room together and you having to look at people's faces and watch them interact with you. And instead, you're taking these steps to stifle these public comments. And it is just like the opposite of what a oversight board that purports to be the voice of the community, it's in direct opposition. So I don't have any expectation that you're going to get right and start acting in a way that provides any meaningful oversight, but I also don't want to let the opportunity pass to not say it. And you never hear these pro-cop plants who call in speak to this same point. And I think it's because they know that their position is not one widely held in the community, and so they're down with limiting public comment.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Mrs. H, followed by Samantha.
Hi.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Yes, the chief's report and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay, first, my condolences on your continued losses of our officers due to COVID, and I hope the vaccine is made available. I'll wait, you can have mine. Lately, radical left-wing hate groups seem to be taking over the political offices in our communities. While shrieking about social justice, they've shown they care nothing about real justice. Rising crime rates in poor neighborhoods show how their radical ideology is destroying our communities. In fact, they seem pretty intent on hampering police at every turn, from taking criminals off our streets by obstructing the use of any tool which might aid in the identification and apprehension of suspected criminals in a faster, easier, more accurate manner. Why would they do that? It's because they care nothing about the victims or the victims' families, only in their hateful ideology. These same left-wing hate groups whine about racial equity, but they seem to care nothing about the fact that the minority communities are the ones that are most adversely impacted by their racist ideologies. What is that inequity? They care nothing about racial equity, or they wouldn't attack people of color for not following their leftist agenda. And you know that's true. Can't you see the utter hypocrisy and lunacy of their propaganda and their outrageous assaults on our communities and our First Amendment rights? Every week we ask you, what is the plan? Is there a plan? What are you going to do to make our community safer? Ask us for help. There are way more of us who don't believe in this left-wing lunacy, and we want to help. But it seems politicians can't hear us over the money and the shrieking by the left-wing supremacist hate groups. Trust us, we have your backs. We want criminals taken off the street. We want our families and our communities to be safe. We want our police to protect and serve our communities, not pander to this hateful ideology, which is currently destroying our communities and our nation. Stop listening to left-wing lunacy and help us save our communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Samantha, followed by Patrick P.
Hi, I'd like to speak on Chief's report, 3B, and general comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm calling because I'm genuinely scared where our city is heading, since crime is rising and police presence seems to be decreasing. Homicide is up 136%, shootings 261%, and arrests down 26%. And these numbers keep rising. I've heard and seen with my own eyes, our local police, they look overwhelmed and discouraged with lack of funding and personnel. Police have protected us all these years, and now it's our time to protect them by providing what they need. If that's more money, more officers, more tools to do their job, more technology. I am scared since there's turmoil in our country and even in our community. Since police are stretched so thin, does that mean they will prioritize only most violent crimes, meaning less violent, such as smashing in windows, burglaries, vandalism, reckless driving will be put on the back burner? What will our city look like in the coming weeks, months, and years, especially now that we have a district attorney who is lenient on prosecuting crime? Either we clean up house now and give police what they need, or the situation might get so bad there will be no turning back. The function and role of the Board of Police Commissioners states the commissioners' concerns are reflective of the community at large, and their priorities include reducing crime and the fear of crime. What is your plan to reduce crime and fear? 3B, human trafficking. It's commendable, and thank you for rescuing 33 people and the youth involved in this commercial sex trade. We should not have budget cuts. We need to protect our youth and those vulnerable. Please do not cut funds to this. I'm also scared about local hate groups who are trained, funded, organized, networked, and radicalized. They could go by Black Bloc or Antifa wannabes. They hate police, but yet they take it upon themselves to be the police of our towns. If they falsely deem a local community member to be a racist or fascist, they will bully, harass, terrorize, curse at, steal from, damage property in their vehicles, and assault them, including older women in their 60s and 70s. What is the commission's plan in regards to these dangerous hate groups? We don't want Los Angeles to turn into another Seattle or Portland. And I also urge the commission to offer vaccines to LAPD, however, not to make them mandatory. It should be the individual's choice to inject their bodies with a rushed vaccine, which could cause infertility, injury, or death. We stand behind our men and women in blue, and we will protect them and not demonize them. Defend, not defund the LAPD. The community wants police, and we love our police. God bless and guide you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Patrick P., followed by Adam, he, him.
Hi there, I'd like to speak on Chief's report and general comment, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you. You know, this commission likes to put criminals in front of the line and talk at the commission meetings, but I haven't heard any victims speak. Where are the victims? Victims matter. Our crime is up. Our crime is way up. And arrests are down. I am a community leader, and I do talk with a lot of our community members, and they support police in all the communities. They want more to be done. And we have commissioners like Kalanche. And what are you worried about? You're worried about diversity within the department. Is that your biggest concern? We're the most diverse department in the entire world as far as policing goes. But you have a nonprofit, Legacy LA. That's what you're here for, special interest. Do any of you commissioners have any experience doing what you're doing? No, you're just appointed by mayor. But we need to support our police. We need to defend the LAPD because the majority of our communities support you. Don't believe the extremist groups because they're wrong. Defend the LAPD. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam, he, him, followed by Matios Kadane.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Could I speak on all of them?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hey, good morning, Chief. You talked about different ways the department is doing things to mitigate the spread of COVID. Not to, beat a dead horse, but how can we still see officers on the street without masks? Yes, we don't want to interface with officers who clearly don't give a shit about us, but it's clear your employees don't care about or don't believe in what COVID-19 is. Speaking of absolute pea-brained idiocy, did your overt white supremacist officers who went to Washington, D.C. to be party to storming the Capitol and beating a Capitol police officer to death, when they returned to LA, did they quarantine for the mandatory 10 days that the LA County Health Officer requires for anyone traveling into LA County? Your platitudes about COVID safety mean absolutely nothing when your officers don't even follow the most basic rules. It puts the deaths, not just of your officers, but members of the public on you and this commission. The last speaker just mentioned, or 2 speakers ago, talked about how she can see officers looking so discouraged. Yeah, that's because they're not wearing fucking masks. The first speaker made a point how LAPD officers have COVID at 300% the rate of the public, and this is why, because they don't give a shit. Our healthcare workers continue to put themselves and their families at risk to take care of COVID patients, and this department and this commission continue to spit on those workers by your enabling and the excusing of your employees. Speaking of platitudes, President Decker, what does the word oversight mean to you? When officers publicly and noticeably don't take even the most basic precautions against COVID, 1 year in, your words don't mean shit. Why aren't you doing more to oversee as the oversight president to actually make sure your quote unquote peacemakers are out here like not killing each other and us? About the many donations from the Police Foundation, I noticed on the attached report that's copy and pasted for each donation, it talks about how the foundation is passionately dedicated to ensuring that Los Angeles remains America's safest major city. So when they're donating surveillance equipment and other equipment that's going to be used to target and criminalize Black communities, other communities of color, poor communities, what is the metric for America's safest city? Like who's the safest? Public comment. There's been some comments about statistics. And speaking of stats, I'm working on a new song about the 20th anniversary of someone spending $687,000 of their own money on a failed mayoral campaign. And so Steve Soboroff, if you have any notes about what that was like for you, please feel free to email me. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios Cadane, followed by Worst of the Worst.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Chief Moore, I think it's unfair to mention gangs in Los Angeles without mentioning the gangs within the LASD. I wonder if Attorney General Becerra's investigation came up during your text with Sheriff Villanueva. Also, the fact that you're willing to admit that you haven't had a meaningful development within your department's diversity program is tragic. But I'm sure you were relieved to receive President Decker's support in your blatant disregard for what I'm sure was already a weak performative attempt at equitability. And Chief Moore, I think it's pretty telling that your cronies who call in go after the one woman of color on the commission for asking about diversity. Super racist. Anyway, during the previous police commission meeting, the commission voted in favor of facial recognition technology. This was done in the face of near unanimous opposition to the usage of this tech and a resounding call for it being banned altogether. The police commission's disregard for the loads of research that show that FRT has a racial bias problem is at best emblematic of their continued disregard for Black and brown Angelenos. However, I think this disregard could be more accurately interpreted as the board legitimizing another racist means through which to target Black and brown Angelenos, one that we know has been in practice for years. I'm echoing the calls of most Angelenos. The people continue to demand that you ban facial recognition technology and seek an independent investigation into the department's past usage of this deeply problematic tech. On items 3A and 3B, anti-trafficking task force do more harm than good, plain and simple. They perpetuate a narrative that serves to further criminalize sex work and compound the problems of policing immigrants, racial profiling, and the heightened surveillance of sex workers. Victims of sex trafficking, especially commercially sexually exploited children, need professionals that are trauma-informed and equipped to meet their needs. They certainly don't need police. The people don't want a continuation of these failed, harmful tactics. They want to divest from policing and invest in programs that'll actually help the community. On items 3E and 3G, the Los Angeles Police Foundation is again donating video and camera equipment to the department. LAPD obviously has a history of using this equipment to surveil Angelenos, Black and brown Angelenos. Who are the people in the orgs donating to the LAPF? Why is there a lack of transparency regarding where this money is coming from? We reject these CD donations and demand an immediate independent investigation into who these donors are. Lastly, stop limiting public comment to 45 minutes. It's an obvious suppression technique, and this city is too big and this department too corrupt to cover any of that in 45 minutes. I yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker, please. Madam Secretary.
Next, we have Worst of the Worst, followed by Elisa Avalos.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ma'am.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Morning, Chief. I was seeing on the news that regarding the number, 700% increase in shootings in South LA. I thought that was 70, but actually it's 700% increase. Well, last year when I mentioned I'm really concerned that Los Angeles becoming next Chicago, Los Angeles becoming next New York. Well, right now there's no longer a concern. It's a fact right now. There's no longer any concern. It's a fact. Maybe this year Los Angeles will outnumber Chicago possibly. And then during this moment, for some reason, the city leaders, the commissioners, and everybody else continue to defund the police while we continue to have more crime, more victims, more shootings, more violence, and then the numbers continue to go higher and higher. Well, I don't know what else I can say about it. Second of all, morning, Commissioner Bonner, I want to share with you about the morale. I shared with the chief a couple of weeks ago about the morale within LAPD, which is 91% officer believe or wants to say that if they can retire right now, they just want to retire right now because of low morale, lack of support, 91%. But Commissioner Bonner, I want to share with you the morale in the community. Last year, when the lootings and the rioting happens, and all of the community member in my neighborhood, we believe LAPD is going to support us. The police officer will support us. We pay our taxes, and that means we will get a protection from the police department. But unfortunately, Commissioner Bonner, the shooting, the violence, and the numbers, well, you know that. I don't have to repeat myself, but we all know the numbers. And again, not only the LAPD morale is wrong, I want to make an assumption. If everyone in my neighborhood have enough money to move to Arcadia, move to San Marino, move to Brentwood, Bel Air, then I believe 91% of community members will move. So I want to share with you that, Commissioner Bonner, please. And then regarding the mask, and Chief Moore, I believe Chief Moore addressed regarding the mask issues several 10 months ago, 8 months ago, or whatever. And Chief Moore tells on the television that he does not have authority to fire officers. But I believe Chief Moore, Chief, you have authority to enforce the mask at least. But for some reason, maybe it's the police union, maybe or whatever, something is stopping you. But yes, they do not wear masks. And regarding, I also read on the news, Chief Moore, regarding the retaliation against the LAPD detective, and from another department chief, and then that officer received a $700,000 compensation. Workplace retaliation is so disgusting, Chief. Please stop, please.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Elisa Avalos, followed by Betty Lay. Elisa? Oh, hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
On all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. My name's Elisa Avalos, and I live in the city of Pacoima. And I want to start off by thanking the police officers. On Saturday, they arrested a woman on Foothill and Foothill in Fillmore. She had a machete. And the reason why I bring this up is because I disagree with our councilwoman, Monica Rodriguez, and some of the commissioners. I please beg you guys to not defund the police officers because of this reason. Our violence is going up, shootings, everything. I'm a victim, okay? I've had issues with a neighbor, and because of what's going on, it's easy for him just to get bailed out and continue doing what he's doing. And it's not fair. And I would love to also say, how is the relationship between Foothill Division and the community, the community police officers? Because we all need to work together to improve the community. And I honestly want to thank all of you guys, but I implore you to please do not defund the police officers. We need them here in our community. When we call 911, we're on hold. We need to work together in order to accomplish things and communicate better. But by defunding, I don't know what Monica Rodriguez is stating, but she needs to say, when I'm defunding the police officers, what is she defunding? What committees is she defunding? And it's not also fair for the police officers to get a call from 911 and have to show up when it's mental health. They need to be able to access someone with mental health, an organization or something, when they're on a call, because we can't accept them to be able to do everything when they don't have proper training. They need training. They also need something for when they're going to go on duty and go and drive around and pull people over. They need to be able to relax or get some kind of yoga or something, because we don't know how they show up at work. We don't know if they got in an argument with someone at work and they're gonna go out and patrol the area. We need more things for the police officers. Also, when they go home, they need to release all that energy, everything that they see. So when they go home, they can relax and they don't take some of that energy or worried on their families. So please don't defund the police officers. Let's work together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Gina Viola.
You hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
1, 3B, and public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I really appreciate Chief Moore's report. People need to understand that he does not have the authority to fire or make decision. You need to contact the mayor and city council on those items. People don't understand that. Homicide is up 136%. That's ridiculous. Arrests are down like 26%. Monica Rodriguez for Council District 7, Public Safety Committee, does not realize what she's doing. She's putting all communities in jeopardy, including communities of color. It doesn't matter. All of us are in it together. Our rescues are down with human trafficking because we don't have the funds. We cannot defund LAPD. We need to defend LAPD. I live in a safe neighborhood, but that doesn't mean what happens in South LA isn't going to happen in another community. It's like a wave. It just overflows and goes and goes. Everybody needs to wake up, smell the coffee, defend LAPD. I'm so sick and tired of this political games, and public health needs to get vaccinations for our officers. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Gina Viola, she, her, followed by Dan Jones.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all items today, please.
3 minutes.
Thanks. Chief, why do you continue to provide COVID updates? When are you going to talk about the elephant in the room? Your department does not believe in COVID at all. Only 2,000 of them have taken the vaccine, and it's not because of vaccine chasers, Mr. Soboroff. It is because your department refuses to acknowledge the severity, even the reality of the pandemic. They have refused to do so from the very beginning. Why is Chief Moore still working when 6 of his own department have died in such a short period of time? This is truly tragic. LAPD is you are the risk to public safety. You are out there infecting people. The COVID rate for LAPD is 21%. Do you know what the rate for the city of LA is? It's 11%. LAPD is riding at a 10% higher rate than the rest of the city. I don't understand. LAPD should have absolutely nothing to do with implementation of a vaccine that they don't even believe in, for a virus that they don't even believe in. We can't keep talking to COVID anymore. It's just ridiculous. 3A and 3B, human trafficking narratives, frequently wrapped in such themes as moral values, national security, and the rescue and protection of the vulnerable, are deployed by the state to legitimize the criminalization of sex work. Increased policies and policing of immigrants, racial profiling, and the heightened surveillance of sex workers and the locations associated with sex work, these narratives and their associated policies and enforcement disproportionately impact Black, trans women, and trans undocumented folks who do not lead to better outcomes for individuals or communities. We reject these narratives and the justification of LAPD policing our communities. Last week, the community resoundingly told you, with more than 1,000 emails, we do not want facial recognition. You decided to take an entire meeting, especially you, Mrs. Decker, an entire meeting to explain why the public is wrong about this. Are you not the supposed civilian voice in affairs, police affairs? Well, civilians told you in resounding numbers that we do not want facial recognition. And you went ahead and rubber stamped it again, proving to us once again that you are a useless rubber stamp body appointed by the mayor, and you sit there waiting for whatever your next assignment will be. This 45-minute public comment has got to stop. The city has lots to say, and there are a lot of people waiting to be heard. I'm grateful I had my 3 minutes, but I'm very upset for the folks who did not. You need to change the date and time of these meetings. It's not reasonable that they're at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Dan Jones, followed by Wes Siegmiller.
Hi. Okay, I'd like to speak on all items. To all of the folks who've called in crying about budget cuts to LAPD, I just have to give you a little news flash. There haven't been any. Chief Moore and the LAPPL tell lies and you believe them. So if you're there have not been any cuts yet. So if you're going to be good little soldiers and call in and do your duty, you might as well create arguments based in facts if you can find them. This body exists in a vacuum of self-delusional propaganda. It is very clear to everyone who attends these meetings that this commission is not here to deliberate, investigate, or adjudicate. Your actual mission is clear. You exist solely to shield the LAPD from oversight. Chief Michael $1 Million Retirement Package Moore feeds you his version of facts and you swallow and regurgitate them. It is clear that there's a bypass between your brains and your souls. While you commissioners appear clueless and ineffective, we are all very aware of your complicity in the deep and intentional violence that is the LAPD. And you all will be taxed with the duty of reckoning with the spiritual consequences of your failure to oversee an inherently racist and violent department that is draining our city of funds, draining our city of hope and humanity. It is a department filled with internal gangs. And you guys love to go to the Capitol and try to storm it. Yay. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Okay, so why didn't you use more? How come you didn't discuss Inauguration Day and the weaponization of horses in the categorical use of force section of your report? You seem to be into video surveillance of crowds, but you guys have a real blind spot when it comes to video documentation of police violence. Your mounted officers used horses as weapons against a peaceful gathering near City Hall on Inauguration Day. It was a despicable combination of abuse of power, abuse of animals, and a clear example of the presence of anger control issues among your officers. You're also deploying mounted officers to patrol the streets of Koreatown, a bizarre new development that merits explanation given this incident. To Fang, change the meeting time, as a previous caller just suggested. The public has asked time and again. It conflicts with the Board of Supervisors meetings. It conflicts with the City Council meetings. It's a clear attempt to limit public participation, and it has to stop. This board ignores public comment. You ignore it. Thousands of emails saying, we don't want facial recognition technology. We need reports on your use of technology. And you just get just go right ahead, so we see you don't care, but let's keep going. Human Trafficking Task Force. Moore cloaks everything in fear until this body addresses the unchecked violence of the LAPD on peaceful protesters who oppose police brutality. There's no way that any of us believe that you are in any way looking out for people who might possibly be experiencing sex trafficking. I lived in New York City in the 90s. I watched Giuliani do his sex trafficking task force. We all know what he's like now. We all see what goes on. It's a militarization. It's a complete use of funds and fear to pour into departments that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have West Siegmiller, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, I'd like to speak on items 2A and 2B.
Okay, 2 minutes.
All right, good morning, commissioners. And hi, my name is West Sigmiller. I am the former director of Sex Workers Outreach Project LA, a longtime volunteer with the Coalition to Abolish Slavery and Trafficking. But today I'm just speaking as someone who is both a former sex worker in LA, as well as an anti-trafficking professional nationally. I'll just get right to it. It's really embarrassing that the arrests in human trafficking operations are so high compared to the actual number of people that are rescued. Just in the 2019 quarter, we had 16 people who were engaged in trafficking for every person, or I'm sorry, we had 16 people engaged in trafficking for every survivor that was rescued. Those are dismal numbers, and it really reflects that these, approaches aren't really effective to curbing trafficking. I'm not an abolitionist. I'm not, ideologically convinced one way or the other. I just want to see effective trafficking that isn't counterproductive. And as someone who's worked with Dr. Powell, who's here in attendance over the years on these issues and raised this concern over and over with you, I would hope that you could speak today about this issue of how just blanket criminalization of people engaged in the sex trade under the auspices of trafficking work really reduces community trust and has unintended harmful consequences for effective trafficking enforcement. For people like me that wonder why, Dr. Powell, you have not spoken to these issues as such a prominent activist before, it really has led me to the conclusion that Journey Out and organizations that receive the type of funding that really should be for prevention, and Journey Out.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by Bill.
I believe, Madam Secretary, that will be our last speaker.
Okay.
Steve Rogers.
Hello, I'd like to speak on items 1 and 2.
Okay, 2 minutes.
First, I'd like to express my condolences to the family and colleagues of Sergeant Martinez and all the LAPD personnel that have expired as a result of the virus. My prayers go to them. Right now, I'm hearing a lot of talk about technology, facial recognition. That is a very valuable tool to perhaps prevent crime and to apprehend those who commit crime. I hear a lot of nonsense about racism, white supremacy, systemic racism, and it's just that nonsense that's spoken by red trash. I don't care what color you are, it's an ideological problem. We need to come together as one people and deal with practical solutions to prevent crime and to create a city that is safe. Right now, LA is devolving into a place that is unsafe. It is imploding. People will be leaving. The tax base is being reduced, causing an effect on the department and city services. So the culture has to change. We have to start thinking of being tough on crime. When crimes are committed and people are apprehended, the system actually has to have a deterrent effect. There have to be consequences. And right now, that's not happening. There's not much diversity of opinion on the police commission. And I know why that is, because we have the demon rat in chief, Mayor Ratsetti, appoints people all cut from the same ideological cloth. We need diversity of opinion. I appreciated the comments of Mrs. H and Worst of the Worst and one or two other people that really said what needs to be said. We need to hear from the real community, not from professional, Marxist, Antifa, BLM, Revolutionary Communist Party activists who have an agenda which is not the agenda of the real community and the real people. God bless you.
Madam Secretary, I apologize. I think we can take one more speaker, please.
Okay, and our final speaker will be Bill.
Yes, hi, I'd like to speak on all the items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Each week we're hearing horrible numbers as far as shootings, homicides, that sort of thing. I'm yet to see what the police commission is doing in terms of coming up with any sort of plan to formulate that. It seems that week after week, there's things that people come up with and condemn the LAPD for doing or for not doing, but there doesn't appear to be any plan at the commissioner level on how you're going to support the police department's efforts to get these numbers down. I mean, the shootings and everything are bad in all sorts of communities. I had one across the street from my house on Christmas night, and I'm supposedly in a safe neighborhood. I thank God I'm not in one of the lesser advantaged communities that the numbers are even more horrific than what we're seeing. But I really would like the commission to work with the mayor's office and the city council to come up with a plan rather than just listening to people complain. And each week it gets worse. What are you, the commissioners, doing to help support the LAPD to make sure that they can do something about this? We're seeing all sorts of issues like less traffic stops. Less traffic stops means less seized guns. People are driving around right now with basically no fear. And when they have a moment of anger, they take the guns out and we end up with the problems. So something needs to be done to address this. It's great to talk about social workers. It's great to talk about diversion programs, but talk is talk and people are getting killed while people are talking. There needs to be some action. Also, on things like facial recognition, it can be a very useful tool. We see in the US Capitol incident how many people have been arrested because they were identified through facial recognition. Attacking the department for using a tool that does not automatically generate an arrest warrant. It identifies potential candidates, and people cannot seem to recognize that these tools are used equitably across the board for all sorts of people to be identified, but they're not prosecuted or arrested based solely on that technology. Finally, there's all the talk about defunding the LAPD, taking away their responsibilities, but nobody's providing alternatives. There's no social workers been hired to do anything. There's nobody been handled to take care of the traffic incidents that now LAPD is not going to be responding to. It's just 1 week after another week after another week of people talking about doing some of this stuff, but nothing happens. Finally, in rebuttal to one person who made the point that the LAPD is at a much higher rate than the rest of the city of LA because of COVID, that's because much of the city of LA, like myself, can sit home in our houses. We can stay nice and safe in a cocoon, but the LAPD has to go out and interact with people, whether they like it or not. That's going to make a significant difference. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Thank you to all members of the public who came forward today to speak. Just a few quick items before we move on the agenda. I certainly agree with some speakers who said the commission needs to hear from more victims of crime. We have, and we will continue to do so. As recently as December, we brought groups and individuals from both South Los Angeles and Central Los Angeles to talk about what they were seeing on the streets. We've brought in workers who have worked in community organizations, including the Gang Reduction Youth Development Program, to talk about what they are seeing. And in addition, today, we will hear from both community groups and survivors of human trafficking, and we thank them all for coming. With respect to the photo comparison policies, a few callers indicated that there was a request to do a review of past use. That will be part of the Inspector General's report. If that wasn't clear 2 weeks ago, I wanted to clarify that as well. And finally, many callers and speakers reflect on the current budget situation, whether it's defend or defund. I want to make it clear that this commission does not make budget decisions. We do not cut budgets. We do not add to budgets. That is the role of the Los Angeles City Council. And while it is not irrelevant to the work of this body, and therefore do not cut the speakers off. I wanted to be sure that members of the public are clear on that point. With that, Madam Secretary, would you start bringing we have some speakers with us today, and I would ask the Secretary to begin calling them up, where we're going to have a presentation and discussion relative to services for victims of human trafficking. And we have Zoe International, Saving Innocence, and Journey Out with us today. Members of the public and commissioners, I'd like to remind you that January is National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. It is also Human Trafficking Awareness Month. It was first declared as such in January of 2010, and since then, January has been a time to acknowledge those experiencing enslavement and those who have escaped. It was, I think, former President Obama who first referred to human trafficking as modern day slavery. Traffickers, according to some national reports and organization, traffickers generate hundreds of billions of dollars in profits by trapping people in horrific situations around the world, in the United States and here in Los Angeles. They use violence, threats, deception, debt, bondage, and other manipulative tactics in order to force people to engage in commercial sex or provide labor or services against their will. Today, I ask that we bring forth some community organizations and survivors to share with us the situation in Los Angeles, what they are seeing, what they are hearing, so that we can be best informed and also inform the public during this important month. Madam Secretary, I believe you have the list of speakers. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, that's correct.
If you could please call them up. And of course, the speakers, if you so choose, please open your camera. If you choose not to, particularly as to the survivors, we certainly understand, but nevertheless are interested in what you have to say. Our first speaker, is that Dave Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Cox, welcome. Thank you very much for coming today. Welcome to the Board of Police Commissioners. We look forward to hearing your remarks.
Thank you so much. So to the distinguished members of the Police Commission and to our law enforcement partners, and I just specifically call out Chief Moore and Chief Pitcher and the members of the dedicated human trafficking and ICAC units. They're doing outstanding work. So thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your generous service to our great city. And my name is David Cox, and I serve as the COO of Zoe International. And let me first start by saying the bottom line. Without dedicated law enforcement efforts, child trafficking will grow in our city. The most vulnerable in our cities will become open season and easy prey for greedy opportunists. Children and youth will not be protected or have the justice they deserve. And in short, without dedicated law enforcement efforts, there will be no movement to the solution of human trafficking. Because when human traffickers are not checked, this type of crime grows quickly. So these specialized units are essential. And this is what law enforcement can do that we cannot do as advocacy groups. We cannot track down perpetrators and traffickers. We cannot recover minors who are being groomed, manipulated, threatened, or held by traffickers. We cannot bring those preying on our children to justice. So if not dedicated police personnel to answer this call, then who? So how important is this? I would say ask the 33 missing children recovered last week in Operation Los Angeles, as the chief referenced, many of whom have been sexually exploited. For most crimes, people are victimized once. These youth are victimized over and over again, often daily, sometimes for years. And we're not talking vehicle theft here, we're talking child theft. We're not talking about petty crime, we're talking about adults and children being bought and sold in our city. After nearly 2 decades of doing this work, let me tell you what we hear from survivors who are now adults. They told us that there was no focus on human trafficking when they were being trafficked. Well, that was then, but this is now. We have an opportunity to fund hope for our kids. Some ask, why does this need specialized law enforcement focus? Let me answer that. Trafficking investigations take time, and they're usually complex. We understand the complexity. Often these victims are juveniles. Often victims are moved around the city or city to city. Often this crime is tied up with other crimes. So in short, it's a difficult crime, and it requires dedicated focus to recover victims and prosecute traffickers. We have been combating trafficking since 2002. We work with federal and local law enforcement internationally and domestically. A lot of people have a theory on how to combat human trafficking, but I can tell you a person with experience is never at the mercy of a person with a theory. I can tell you from experience, we have never seen success in combating this issue without dedicated law enforcement partnership. Civilians cannot do the work law enforcement does. Without funding, investigations will drop and not be pursued. It'll result in less convictions, less recoveries. Children will not experience justice. Perpetrators will expand their operations. Currently, LAPD's DSVD, who handles these crimes against children in our city, has shrunk from 8 personnel to 3. And we have to empower law enforcement with resources to do what only they can do. Finally, why is this crime different? This crime is not just another crime on the list of crimes. It is the human rights issue of our time. It is our next generation being targeted. This is what we're fighting for. People are being bought and sold in our city. Children are being targeted, manipulated, threatened, brutalized over and over again. So what's the solution? We have to have active investigation and justice being served, and that does not happen without dedicated law enforcement efforts. This problem has solutions. We see that it's leadership that's just needed around the world, but as someone who has seen positive effects of dedicated law enforcement efforts around the globe, we need you, we appreciate you, we love our law enforcement brothers and sisters, and on behalf of professionals on the ground working with these precious survivors, we can't do it without you. Our State Department told us that people around the world watch Los Angeles because our city is the most innovative in child trafficking, combating it. So I say, let's lead, let's do what's right for the children. Decision makers like yourselves have the consideration of law enforcement needs for a whole city. Well, I'm here in front of you today to be a voice for the children. I'm here to say we can't go backwards. We've taken ground. Traffickers are advancing. We cannot retreat. We cannot surrender our vulnerable youth. There's a famous quote, when good people do nothing, evil prevails. So let's do something. Let's find the dollars and let's fight for our children. And I'd like to introduce my colleague, Dr. Jason Plunkett, who oversees our advocacy work locally and can give you a brief view from our advocates' perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. And Madam Secretary, please bring up the doctor, and commissioners will have questions at the end of all the presentations. Doctor, please.
Good morning and Happy New Year. I'm Dr. Jason Plunkett of Zoe International. I am one of the United States directors, and my voice today is representing our advocates and the child victims. Zoe is an NGO that currently works to advocate and recover at-risk CSEC identified youth victims in LA County. Zoe, with the youth victims and their families we serve, are dependent on partnering with law enforcement to help recover children from the hands of traffickers and bring them to safety. Research shows that number of youths recovered from sex trafficking in LA County is specifically related to the number of law enforcement on duty to recover the youth. So in the 4-year FRP report showed that Tuesdays and Wednesdays had the highest numbers of recoveries. Those were the same days more law enforcement were assigned to work. So on the days more law enforcement were assigned to work, more children were being recovered. This means more children who are safe from abusive traffickers being exploited on streets, in motels, and other venues. Missing children who are being trafficked often reach out to their Zoe advocates at all times of the night, any day, any weekend. Our advocates are often able to convince them to let us contact law enforcement to help us recover them. Without enough law enforcement available for these recoveries, youth will be less inclined to reach out and will remain with traffickers or in dangerous situations. It takes a great deal of courage, risk, trust on the part of both children and families to work with law enforcement to provide information to help with investigations against perpetrators due to this threat on both their family and safety concerns. They need to know that law enforcement will do all that they can to investigate their cases to encourage their continued cooperation. If they know resources are limited to follow up their cases, they may be resistant to provide that information that will help with law enforcement. Children are being exploited by traffickers on a daily basis. It's a crisis, it's dangerous, often needed expedient law enforcement response in order to bring safety. We at Zoe know we need law enforcement to serve our youth. To all the law enforcement officers on this call, this fight to combat human trafficking, thank you for your service and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Plunkett. We very much appreciate your presentation along with Mr. Cox. Thank you so much. We hope you can stay for questions at the end.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, I believe our next speaker is Ellen Smith, Saving Innocence. Ms. Smith, you're on mute. There we go. We can see you now. Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. My computer, when I got made the panelist, something happened and it blacked out for a second.
Believe me, we understand. We understand.
Yeah, this crazy world we're living in. Thank you and good morning, everybody. And thank you, Chief and the commissioners for having myself and having Saving Innocence participate here today. It's our honor to have served the child victims of sex trafficking here in this great city for over 10 years. And a special thank you to the LAPD for the huge, important, and difficult job that you are tasked with. We truly appreciate our partnership with you. We find ourselves in unprecedented and precarious times. We've just gone through the most emotional and contentious political season of all time. Significant civil unrest all summer long and deep into the fall. And on top of that, a once in 100-year global pandemic, which has wreaked havoc on lives and the economy. Due to all of the above, all of us are taking a hard look at the personnel and the budget items for which we are entrusted with. To that end, I understand this commission is entering into these important conversations with funding, with personnel on the ground, the Board of Supervisors, the mayor, everybody up and down the line that has responsibility for some kind of a budget is looking hard at the decisions they have to make. A lot is riding on this conversation and on these decisions. The great Nelson Mandela said it powerfully when he said, "There is no keener revelation into a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." These unprecedented times have us all collectively stepping up and peering into the very window of the soul of our society. When we do that, what will we see? On behalf of Saving Innocence, a 10-year-old anti-human trafficking agency focused on recovery and restoration of minors in Los Angeles, may it never be true that any of us should discard, minimize, or reduce our efforts in child protection. On behalf of the thousands of kids we have served and yet to serve, may we never shrink away from our responsibility to protect them. I have a moment of clarity on this. It's actually crystal clear to me. Child protection should be the very last thing that we reduce, eliminate from our budgets and our personnel deployment. The very last thing. And for sure, not in South Los Angeles, where the majority of child trafficking actually occurs. One officer recently told me that they are forced to triage their human trafficking cases due to their capacity, as if some are more important and more pressing than others. To that I say no. As a parent myself, triaging child trafficking cases is unconscionable. All of them are critical and crucial right now, right here. As executive director of an anti-human trafficking agency focused on children, it is unacceptable. The funds and the personnel dedicated to child protection should not be reduced, they should be increased. They should not be defunded, they should be refunded. I implore all of you with your powerful place and platform in LA County to send that message to the ultimate budget decision makers. Our children deserve nothing less. I want to give the final word to one of our Saving Innocence kids, one of the clients that we serve. She was in an out-of-state care facility after being actively trafficked in Los Angeles, receiving the therapeutic help that she needed and finishing up her schooling. Graduation day was approaching, and so she asked her Saving Innocence advocate if she could travel and celebrate with her this important day, which also happened to be her birthday. Well, that request came to my desk. They were asking to buy a plane ticket, rent a car, and get a motel room. I said, pack your bags. And if you can't get a plane ticket, I'll drive you there. So our advocate went there to celebrate this child. And I said, okay, just do me one thing. Make sure you someplace at a 7-Eleven, I don't know where, buy one of those flower leis and put it around her neck like the girls get at graduation day and send me a picture. So I started getting those pictures. Not long after that, I got a letter from this child on a piece of paper using a pencil. When's the last time any of us got a letter on a piece of paper? And she says this, among other things: "Thank you for giving me a second chance at life." Did you catch that? She's not thanking us for a second chance at her English exam or her driver's permit test. She's actually thanking us for a second chance at life. And in another spot in the letter, she actually talked about anticipating not even being alive by this birthday that we just celebrated with her due to the life that she was forced to endure. Okay, so she's unaware of the larger team responsible for this second chance at life. So let me take some liberty in the letter that she sent me. Had she been aware of your role, law enforcement and LAPD, the role that you played, the critical role that you played in her recovery, she would have thanked you as well. So I say on her behalf, thank you to the LAPD for giving kids a second chance at life. Now let's keep doing this. Let's do more of it, not less. Every child is priceless. Let us reduce our efforts, our personnel, and our budgeting if and only if there are no more children to recover and every perpetrator is prosecuted. Thank you so much for the hard and important work that you're all doing.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your work, the hard and important work that you are doing. Very much appreciated, sir. And thank you for coming today and sharing that.
My honor. Thank you. I'll be happy to stick around, as you mentioned earlier, if there's any.
I would appreciate it if everyone who can, please do. Ms. Edwards?
Yes.
Welcome, welcome. We appreciate you coming today. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak on behalf of Saving Innocence in support of LAPD law enforcement. My name is Jasmine Edwards, and I've been with this organization approaching about 7 years now. As our executive director just said before, Saving Innocence works directly with kids who have been impacted by commercially sexual exploitation. With that being said, my nearly 7-year career with Saving Innocence has allowed me to not only work directly with the youth, but also with law enforcement, specifically LAPD. The relationships that I have built with these men and women have been a catalyst in the successful recovery of children victims of human trafficking. As most of the victims that have been rescued and connected to Saving Innocence have been under the age of 18, many of which are younger than 13 and 14. Having trained and knowledge about interacting with these youth is something that takes skill and experience, which law enforcement has both. As I have countless interactions with LAPD in rescuing children, one rescue in particular comes to mind. A 15-year-old girl recovered on the blade wearing nearly nothing. At first glance, you would think that she was no younger than 25. Listening to her experience, I would say that she was no less than 40. Law enforcement not only had the skills, but also were trained to identify this youth as just that, a youth. In this particular case, the young child needed to be reminded that she was a child. By the time that we arrived at the police station, LAPD officers had already talked us up, letting her know that we come bearing teddy bears and warm clothes. When we walked into the station, warm welcomes from law enforcement, which only heightened the comfortability and reduced the tension of the situation at hand. As she sat in the police station in a robe, which was provided by Saving Innocence, but given to her by law enforcement, we were able to sit in an area and began to build rapport, and we were able to check in to see how she was doing. Long story short, the relationship that I have with this now 17-year-old contains conversations about college and career paths. The success of this one youth is similar to so many others, and it begins with the first interactions that happened with law enforcement. I ask you that if you choose to cut budgets, please do not cut it when it comes to law enforcement and efforts related to human trafficking, as they are the ignition point of so many resources that can be provided to kids who are commercially sexually exploited. Without them searching for them on the streets, without them looking for our children, so many of our youth will fall victims to the tricks of traffickers, pimps, and johns. Law enforcement plays a pivotal role in the rescue and recovery of our children. And for that, I am here in support and advocating not only for our kids, but to the law enforcement that make that first interaction with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Thank you very much for coming and for sharing. those stories very much. We very much appreciate it. And if you are able to stay, we welcome you staying as well. Our next speaker, I believe, is a survivor from Journey Out.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you for having me. Hello, my name is Tika Thornton. I am a lead case manager for an organization, Journey Out, formerly known as Mary Magdalene Project. Our former ED, Dr. Powell, formerly Sergeant Payne of the Los Angeles PD, wanted to bridge in law enforcement, service providers, and survivors. The main focus was to assist law enforcement with victims, but it has become so much more. We have noticed that with the crisis team, we are there to build trust with law enforcement with the victims, and we are also there to stay tethered to the victim so that they can be a more, there will be an increase in the conviction rate of the traffickers. While I've been in here, I've been continuing to hear how these operations, these sting operations, are oppressive and sometimes divisive of the community and law enforcement, but that's not the case. I am in these police stations with law enforcement as well as the arrestees, and I'm witnessing the level of care and professionalism that is brought on by these specialized units. The Human Trafficking Task Force and DSVD are very much needed because they have the understanding of the community and of this and of human trafficking like no other officers in the police station. Yes, patrol police are aware of the issues, but they have not had the opportunity to work with these victims and these people that are engaging in this type of situations. As a survivor myself, I am very envious of a lot of the people that I encounter, because I wish when I was in the middle of my victimization starting at the age of 12 in the 1990s in South Central Los Angeles, I wish that I would have been recovered by some of the officers that I work with today. A lot of people don't see what impact that these officers are making on the people that are the victims of human trafficking, as well as the arrestees. The arrestees may come in 2 or 3 different times for different arrests, but the thing is, they don't see when they are tired of being a part of the life, how they contact these same officers that arrest them to help them out with resources and to help them exit the life. A lot of the results aren't immediate, but these officers, as well as service providers, are planting seeds that leave lasting impressions on these people that are involved in the commercial sex trade and those that are potential victims of human trafficking. In efforts to lower the arrest rate and the conviction rate of those that are engaging in prostitution-related charges, there is a project that we are piloting in the West Bureau of Los Angeles, and it's called Project Beacon. Project Beacon is a pilot pre-filing diversion program that is currently being tested in Hollywood and Olympic LAPD divisions in the city of Los Angeles. The program provides personal support and services to participants in addition to mandatory classes. Individuals who successfully complete the Beacon program within 60 days of the arrest will not have a new charge filed against them for eligible offenses, and they are not required to appear in court. These efforts that are being made by LAPD, the City Attorney's Office, and service providers, as well as survivors, are lowering the amount of arrests that are on these people's criminal records. And instead of putting charges on their records, they are offering different alternative opportunities that aren't usually provided to the public. I just like to personally thank the ladies and the men that are a part of the Human Trafficking Task Force, DSVD, and the other service providers like Soul International and like Saving Innocence that are assisting children getting out of the life, assisting children in being recovered in this terrible thing of human trafficking. But there are some that fall through the cracks, like myself, that become adults and are looking for some sort of refuge or looking for some help. And organizations like Journey Out with law enforcement are doing that such thing. They are helping out the community more than they are hurting the community. As a survivor, like I said before, I am witnessing the professionalism and the amount of care. I have seen officers contact me on their days off to check in on victims and or past arrestees to ensure their safety. I have seen police officers go to court appearances for different situations, not just criminal cases for these victims. I wish that people can see and can hear the thanks of our clients that come into our organization that wish that they would have gotten arrested sooner to get the amount of care and need that they needed in order to recover and to become healthy, happy adults. Thank you.
Thank you, Tika. We very much appreciate you coming today and sharing your personal experiences. We can only imagine that must not be easy. So thank you so much for coming today. Orly, I believe you're up next.
Thank you everyone for having us here. It is pronounced Ori. I think today I represent just Survivor to Leader, an organization based in Orange County as a board member. I do say it has been my privilege to train the FBI, the Federal Bureaus of Prisons, FBI, as well as UCLA's master's class, and also having the honor to work with Saving Innocence just a year ago in the same place that I have been with their journey since they started when it was just a one-man show with Kim Biddle, and have been blessed to see the outcome and the transformation they have done in the community. Although I represent, myself today, I'm going to say that today I represent the children and the human beings that will be bought and sold and raped tonight. Today, I represent children who will become silenced. Their dreams will seem impossible and life will become hopeless. Today, I represent human beings whose lives become full of pain, hate, anger, bitterness. As I have watched and experienced cycles of trauma and abuse, we know what that leads to and what happens. Instead of becoming the victims, we then become the criminals. I want to ask you all to think about your normal. Everyone on the screen and everyone on the call. What does your life look like when you leave this call and when you return to your homes with your children or with your grandchildren? What does normal and how do you identify as normal? Now I want to share with you our normal and what that looks like for us, what that's going to look like for children tonight, whether if they feel they're for, the movement or not for the movement. What was my normal at 11 years old on the streets of LA, born and raised in South Central, and what that service looked like. My normal, as well as the children's normal tonight, will be raped 7 to 15 times a night. It's not a choice. It will never be a choice to be out there. You don't have dreams. Our normal is not thinking of college or playing with Barbie dolls or hoping that grandma and grandpa was going to stop by. Our normal is not thinking that our parents are going to tuck us in at night. Our normal is every single day waking up and thinking that today is going to be the day that I die. Today is I'm going to be making money for somebody. I'm going to be stripped of everything that I have, everything that I've been brought up with, every piece of innocence will be stripped. Every single thing. Normal is not what life looks like today for me at 25 and raising my child and stepping outside in faith and knowing that I'm okay and not having to worry about that. My normal is not right now having to be stripped of everything that I've ever known or wondering if I was going to eat tonight or how I'm going to be talked to, how I'm going to be treated. So I just wanted to place that with you all. Today, I sit proudly saying that we have come so far to stop and to go backwards. I'm not just an advocate or have been an advocate, but I'm very well experienced over 15 years of my life, life in the life and life out of the life. And I'm gonna tell you, it's a very hard journey to not just survive in the life, but the outcome and how to get back on your feet and keep going. I sit proudly to know that when I was 11 years old on the streets, and I had my fair share of experience with law enforcement and being born and raised in LA. And I definitely was a part of the school to prison pipeline at 11 years old and being juvenile delinquent and placed on probation. We used to be unseen. Now they are being rescued. We used to be misunderstood. Now there is an understanding and true empathy. We used to be seen as prostitutes at 11, 12, 13 years old and locked up and sent to camp. But now we are seen as victims and respected as survivors. Personally, I was taught hate. I was taught and forced to avoid any type of law enforcement. Today, my child's godfather is an officer. My mentors are a part of the agencies. Seeds were planted because both parties were willing to learn. We're willing to see things differently. I've been invited into rooms and trade-ins with over 15,000 individuals, as well as different organizations like the CNOA conference, and also working with the Federal Investigations, and being able to not only change the perspective, but change the hearts and mind of people in the way that people perceive us. Seeds were planted. I have also have quickly learned, especially with the detectives on the Los Angeles County Task Force, that at one point I thought that they were just learning from me, that they was bringing this survivor and, I would be able to share my experiences and hope to change the hearts and minds. And I'll be honest with you guys, I quickly started to learn from them. And separating the divide between the two, from being a victim, from someone learning to be taught to hate law enforcement, to understanding that they were human beings as well, and that everybody on the team seemed like they all had daughters, and to know that they were only here to protect and to serve, and that maybe along the lines communication, or maybe because how we showed up as survivors is not who we really were, but can come off as very defensive, or that's what we're being taught. And I quickly learned from them how to be a better mother, definitely. And that looks a lot personally in my life. I literally the other day had dinner with my daughter Evelyn's godfather and him and his wife. And I looked at him and I said, "What made you trust me?" And he said, "Well, you trust me first." And it's this open conversation that's willing to be heard and to be honest with each other. And that relationship with his whole family has transpired. And I'm not suggesting that everyone else do that, but it's when people let their guard down and are willing to learn from each other and not to create division. I think for me, a lot of working against each other and working alongside has definitely changed. We have come so far from children being child prostitutes to being victims, and to be brutally honest, we're more than survivors. I'm a mother, I'm a student, almost about to graduate, I'm a sister, I'm a healer, I'm an activist, I'm all those things and ones before, just a small part of my story. But we cannot do it, you guys. I look at my life and I can't do it on my own. I can't do it on my own now. I needed someone at the time to lace up my boots and prepare me for the journey that was going to go ahead. Because at the time I could not fight for myself. And the children tonight can't fight for themselves. As much as sometimes some people may think it's a choice, it's not a choice. You don't wake up and ask to be a prostitute. You don't wake up and ask to be raped multiple of times a night. I've never in my life, nor over the 175 survivors that I know, never picked a prostitute booth to go to, and that's what they wanted for their life, or even to be a sex worker at 11 and 12 years old. So today I don't only speak on my behalf, but I speak on all the children and all the human beings tonight that will be exploited. And I hope moving forward with anything, and as we approach this, is that we don't only see them as victims, but they're human beings, they're children, and they're also women and men who were once children. Thank you.
Ms. Freeman, thank you so much for your powerful, powerful statement. Same, Ms. Thornton, so appreciate you coming. Ms. Edwards, Mr. Smith, Dr. Plunkett, Mr. Cox. We stand in awe of all of you for the work you do every single day, and for the benefit you provide our community. I also know you stand here representing children. You stand here representing many other organizations also in Los Angeles who are also working in the community on this issue, and we thank them all. Chief, I'm going to turn it over to you in one moment, just for any comments you want to give on behalf of the department, and then open it up to questions. I will only say my admiration for all the work that you all do was certainly heightened when I was the United States Attorney here in this district. I was responsible for the investigations of individuals who were trafficking in children. I am aware of the challenges associated with identifying and holding people accountable who are placing our young people in this bondage and in this danger. So I truly have a tremendous amount of appreciation for what you do, not just because these cases are difficult, but because they are heartbreaking. And I'm also aware that Los Angeles is a hub of human trafficking activity for not just our region, but for our country. So what we do here in Los Angeles is incredibly important and will have a ripple effect around the country. Mr. Teefank, at the end of the presentations, I am going to ask you whether it's possible to get a transcript of today's presentations and attach it to any report that is sent to City Council. And hopefully that can be done in a timely manner.
Sure, will do.
Thank you. Chief of Police, sir.
Madam President, thank you. And I just, on behalf of the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department, I want to echo your remarks relative to these survivors, to these advocates, to these champions on such a critical issue. Human trafficking, this aspect of this scourge we see in our society of those that would prey upon others, on human beings, and particularly on children, and to see them just not just captivate, but just devour these lives and destroy them is just, as we look at one of the aspects of law enforcement that gives us such at times emotional damage, is to see the evil that people are willing to invoke upon a child. And it heartens my soul to hear the survivors, these champions that have survived these attacks, that have survived these ordeals and have found a new light and a brightness and moving forward. It also heartens to see the recognition that our men and women as a profession, our people, at times as these victims have been described with a stereotype or a structure or a perception, is that they're men and women, they're people of heart. They have sons and daughters. They are themselves sons and daughters, and they recognize that as they're rescuing these young folks from these demons, that they'll do everything possible to see their success, and at times it means overcoming substantial obstructions and obstacles within our systems. Today, you'll hear from Chief Scott. You'll hear about our efforts in this regard, this critical area. But let me, before they make their presentation, assure every member here, whether it's Saving Innocence, it's Journey Out. By the way, Tika, please say hello to Stephanie Paynes for me. We worked together for many years, and she's an absolute champion. But Ori Freeman, Alan Smith, Dr. Plunkett, Dave Clark, know that what you stand for is that we ally with you, and we ally with you in regards to make a difference. And regardless of the numbers, each number is a life and is a future that your collective effort is making the difference. And we remain committed, despite budget cuts and curtailment, I recognize that this report demonstrates some of the realities of this fiscal crisis that we are in, hard choices that this department and the city has to make. But let me assure you that our work will still remain here. And while we may not have the velocity of added funding or added areas, we will remain committed with personnel. And this is critical to us as we move forward. Madam President, I'll give it back to you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Commissioners, I want to be respectful of all the advocates' times, and I know we have other presentations coming from the department, but I do want to, if you have a question you'd like to ask, give you that opportunity. Commissioner Soboroff, I see you're opening your mic, sir.
Thank you. I want to tell you that this was one of the most meaningful and powerful presentations that I've seen in the last 8 years. Jasmine, Dr. Plunkett, Alan, the rest of you, but I want to speak directly to Ms. Freeman for a second. You have a gift to communicate that is rare and wonderful. You have a message that is important and critical and meaningful. What you've gone through and who you are going to be is a great American story. With your gift comes a responsibility to share, like you did with us, with as many people as possible. I think that the people that you represent, the organization that you represent that's here today, that you and the organization, but again, I'm speaking to you, and I guess to all of you, but have a spectacular gift to communicate from your heart. Unlike anything that I've seen. And I want to thank you for coming, and I want to wish you the best, and I hope that you will take that responsibility to get out there as much as you can, because you can change the world, and you're much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Briggs, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to thank all of you who have made this presentation. I second what Commissioner Soboroff said. This has been one of the most powerful presentations that I can imagine. One that at least stirs me as a call for action. Ms. Freeman, what you said spoke to me so well, because I too grew up in South Central Los Angeles, and I saw what was going on there, having grown up in this city. It outrages me that it is still going on, and that we have those who would say, oh, don't allow the police to go in and help the victims. That simply outrages me to no end. Ms. Edwards, thank you for sharing your story with us, as well as you, Ms. Thornton. These are powerful moments. And Mr. Smith, I almost had tears in my eyes thinking about the story that you relayed to us, because it was so powerful to rescue at least someone who understood that this was their life, not just a class or something, but their life, which had been rescued. And I, for one, and I have to defer to the president because I'm a newer commissioner here and all of those more experienced, but I, for one, want to leave here not simply telling City Council, oh, we reviewed this report and we're passing passing it along. But I, for one, want to recommend to the city council that we fully fund this task force so that they could go about the work of rescuing the victims here, because that's what's needed. Anything less, in my opinion, is an abdication of our responsibility as a city. And I think it's well needed. And, you know, my other members will tell me if I've overstepped here, but that's where I stand today, because I don't want to simply rubber stamp a report that does nothing. I want to create a plan that helps our city make people such as yourselves, Ms. Freeman, not a victim, not even a survivor. I don't want this to happen in our city going forward. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs, and you didn't overstep. I was just going to suggest it when we got to the LAPD report that is going to the city council, that we make that amendment. I think that would be the appropriate time, but certainly it's not inappropriate during this presentation. And I hope that all the presenters in hearing that and hearing what will be a motion to amend the report going to city council, that you find that your time today is well spent in the work and the effort that you're doing here with us today. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I do want to give any other commissioner, if they, Commissioner Bonner, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you as well to each of the presenters. I had 4 questions. I'm just going to try to roll into one. and I would welcome any thoughts or comments from anyone as appropriate. A few weeks ago, I was with an officer down in South Los Angeles, and we happened upon a group of young women. They were probably in their teens and maybe early 20s. They all had the same tattoo on their necks, and was pretty clearly a trafficking kind of situation. And it was maybe 10 minutes of chit chat, small talk. And the questions around that situation, I think that are coming to fore here. One was someone had referenced situations where, because I first, rolling up to that situation, assumed it was an enforcement situation. And then, as I mentioned, it was a chit chat situation. The officer engaged the girls in conversation, and then they went on about their business. And someone here referenced that, situations where there may be one or more of those kinds of contacts, and then someone may express an interest in trying to get out of the situation. So I would appreciate a little bit of, or a comment really on how that, just breaking down how that happens, in terms of situations where someone does try to reach or approach an officer or someone else for an opportunity to get out, and what does that really involve in terms of what is set into motion then. Along with that, I'm aware that, and I assume that there's, I've seen on one of the websites, some of the other caseworkers and others that are involved. But the question kind of is, you spoke a lot today about the importance of the police officers, and I know there are situations where there's public health people in the healthcare system who are involved and so on. But comment on just who are the other players who might interact with someone who might come out of that environment and be looking for help. That would be appreciated. Along those lines, when we're talking about crime and criminal activity, here you have the victims of trafficking, and then of course the perpetrators. But what does prevention look like in this context? Is a part of that question in terms of the group of interventionists and others who may be out trying to prevent this activity. And then finally, we heard from some of the public comment earlier some concerns about law enforcement using these opportunities to further criminalize sex workers, and I just wanted some comment on that as well. So I know there's a lot there, but I'm framing it in the context of that one experience where you happen upon someone on the streets. If they express an interest in getting help, what would happen, but also, what kinds of prevention and other people that they, might be involved with them.
I'll just say something really quick before I know a lot of the boss men are gonna talk about the organizations. I just want to say something, especially when it comes to time, especially money. It takes to build relationships, and in order for someone to trust, that takes time. And sometimes it took me over 20 times to enter the life and leave the life in order for me to know that I was ready. So it takes time. It takes time for officers to build a relationship with a report. Many of the officer that I would say practically almost saved my life. It took many, probably about 5 arrests for me to continuously see him, to continuously be the one that was either booking me, transporting me, for me to know that this was somebody that cared about his job. So I would just say before they speak is just, it takes time and it's not a quick fix. Like it's not something that you can just do really quickly. And one thing I do want to say for LA County, being a part of the movement, the real movement of how much sex trafficking has progressed within the 11 years, LA County has done an extraordinary thing about bridging gaps, especially with intervention and prevention. We've had the honor as over 12 survivors who created, along with LA County and so many of the board members of being alongside, creating beautiful interventions for the youth, but also in the process of working with parents and what that looked like. Because we can solve the problem with our kids, but if we don't have the solution at home, it's not going to work. Also working with young boys and a lot of the men putting those things together that has worked within the population, especially with the gang population, as Mr. Freeman, who works for LA County, and other people.
Thank you.
Do any of the other representatives or organizations want to answer any portion of the questions presented?
Yes, to piggyback off of Ori, she's absolutely right. I have been in the past 4 years, every month, 2 to 4 times a month, have been a part of the sting operations in the police stations. And we see the same clients come in time and time again. And sometimes I'll get a call from an officer and saying, do you remember such and such? And I'm like, yeah, well, they just called to the station and they were looking for some help. They were looking for the girl that, we brought in to talk to them about the organization. That right there is amazing for me. And it happens more than once. It happens more often than not. There's many times when I see an officer and they'll ask about this person who was arrested. Like she said, it takes about 4 or 5 arrests. Or sometimes, in some cases, it takes for something drastic to happen. They will get a call for domestic violence, or they'll get a call for something else. And then that person will see that officer in the police station because of something else, and they will reach out and ask for their assistance. There are other organizations that are a part of the Project Beacon program that we're piloting, and that is called Project Sustain. That is the DPSS office. That is the employment centers, like One Stop, so on and so forth. The Gay and Lesbian Center of Los Angeles. There are a lot of different agencies. Also, Right Way. They work with former foster youth. There are a huge hub of organizations that are assisting law enforcement as well as other service providers in helping them with recovery.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Mr. Smith, I see you would like to, I saw your hand indicate a wave. I assume you wanted to add something there. And Ms. Edwards, I'll get to you next. Thank you.
I was just going to underline something what Ori said earlier in her presentation. She talked about being referred to as a prostitute at 11 or 12 years old. And we've come a really long way, certainly collectively. But one of the things that's really important for this commission and everyone who's staffing and handling personnel is that the longevity and the experience of the officers on the street are critical. We do a lot of trainings, but if there's any kind of revolving door, say it gets shut down and then it gets brought back up, now we have to start from ground zero. So the relationship that Ori talked about is really, really critical. Our youngest kid at Saving Innocence that we received about a year ago was 7 years old. And Jasmine is here on on the call. She is her advocate, and she just turned 9. And so to think about the fact that we would call her a prostitute, that is still language that is used, if not corrected and trained. And there's a lot of other words that are important. Words matter. So that's some of what we do as the advocacy agencies, is we help reframe the conversation. They're not criminals, they're victims, and all those kinds of things. So that's a big part of our hope that we would continue. And I loved hearing what the chief just said, that you're committed to this. And I know you guys are facing real issues of budget and personnel in this crazy time. But our hope would be that it would not only stay the same that it has been, but even grow, because it's way too important to shrink away. But language is critical, and that's something that we have to all be mindful of.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Edwards?
One, I would like to say I love being in a room full of like-minded people and powerful people that every time I think of something, somebody already says it out their mouth. So I think that's awesome. I think you guys answered a lot of the questions, but I think one part of your question, Commissioner, was about the partners that we partner with. As far as us in Saving Innocence and Zoe International, we work with law enforcement in our FRP protocol, which is our first responder protocol. Within that encompasses public health, the Department of Children and Family Services, LA County Probation. That also encompasses LAC USC, and encompasses, who else? I'm trying to think of. Public health, any type of like advocates, any type of school. So LACO. I'm trying to think everybody else that's around our MDT roundtables. But it's just not just us. And I think that's something that I wanted to point out. I love that law enforcement is the igniting point, but they open up to so many other resources that are in LA County that then support the youth in so many different ways. I believe somebody else earlier spoke about police officers shouldn't be responding to mental health issues. Yes, they should not be responding, but the thing is about connection. And Ori spoke so great about it, about relationships, not only the relationships that they have with the law enforcement, but the relationships that the partners have with the law enforcement that have the relationship with the youth. If we have the relationship with the youth, then we can build that bridge and build that bond that they have with the law enforcement, and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to speak about the partners that we also work with, because none of us do it alone. We kind of all do it in conjunction and like a multidisciplinary team action. But I want to make sure that everybody is kind of involved and everybody's connected in that way.
Thank you. Dr. Plunkett, I see you opened your mic, sir.
Thank you, Jasmine. That was great, because you've already started listing. I have a list here so I could help us explain some of the people who are with us. So Probation Department, Department of Children and Family Services, the Sheriff Department, Department of Health and Services, the Medical Hub Clinics, the Department of Mental Health, the Department of Public Health, District Attorney's Office, Juvenile Court Health Services, Public Defender's Office, Nola Brantley Speaks, who's also an amazing survivor who teaches and trains us all, Saving Innocence, National Center for Youth Law, the Coalition of Abolish Slavery and Trafficking, Children's Law Center of California, Forgotten Children, GEMS, Journey Out, Restoration Diversion Services, Treasures, Zoe International, and there's probably so many more champions out there. We just want to honor you, so we want to make sure that we share that we all make a family of people who want to serve our youth. And I just want to consistently say that there is no such thing as a child prostitute, and therefore that's what we stand for. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Plunkett. Oh, Mr. Cox, sir.
Yes, I just want to think the commissioner asked excellent questions, and I do want to just speak to the attitude of law enforcement. It has absolutely shifted. As the chief has mentioned, there has been a marked focus on the effort to abolish child trafficking, and also to equip officers and train them on what the reality of human trafficking is. And that, as Alan was mentioning out, the reclassification from looking at someone as from a prostitute to a victim, a true victim, because children don't make that choice. They're manipulated, they're groomed, and it's one of the most evil crimes of our generation. And so the awareness is definitely raising. And regarding prevention, I think every advocacy organization would stand behind you on that. If we can raise awareness to our youth, law enforcement, hospitals, you name it, the more we can raise awareness, the fewer victims we'll have. So if we can stop it before it starts, there's a lot of wisdom to that. And I know that a lot of these organizations, we do, many others, we work hard at prevention as well. And it's going to be a key to the future. But I do want to just say that law enforcement has made tremendous strides. And because of that, I think the caricatures of the victim, as well as the caricature, a false caricature of law enforcement in their mentality, that is breaking down. And because I'll stand and say this as well too, the officers care. They put a lot of their time and energy behind it, even sometimes on their own time. And they're fighting hard. And I would also say too, I'm not sure if it was Alan, but experience in the field matters. And so when we have attrition that and other officers not coming in and learning, it can take time, and it slows down the investigative process, and it reduces the number of children that are actually recovered. So thank you so much for the wisdom on this panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cox, and thank you all of you for sharing so much information, detail. I know we have members of the department coming up next with their report. I just want to be sure, has every commissioner had an opportunity to ask any questions that they have? Commissioner Kalanche, I'm sorry.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank the presenters and acknowledge Ori and Tika. Sorry that you've had to go through all this, and I appreciate and acknowledge your resilience and giving back. But thank you. Keep on speaking. Keep on putting this information out there. It's really important. I do have a question on the LAPD side, but I'll wait for the LAPD presentation. But I just want to thank everybody again and for your courage and bravery for speaking.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll call on you first for so that we can be sure to get your question in. But to everyone who came today, thank you so much. Those words seem so minor in comparison to the impact you've had on all of us today. Your stories, your resilience, your dedication to protecting the most vulnerable in our community. We thank you. We hope you keep in touch with us and let us know how we can be of assistance to you. And we will continue to work with the Los Angeles Police Department on this matter. Thank you so much for coming today. It was very impactful.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. And now, Madam Secretary, if you don't mind, as we say goodbye to these amazing individuals, if you could also call up the department representatives, I believe will be Chief Scott and Commander Hamilton. There may be others, I'm not sure. Chief, do I have that right? Chief Scott and Commander/Chief Hamilton? There we go. I see
Yes.
they've been set up. Thank you, Chief. If Chief Scott, Chief Commander Hamilton, if you could open your cameras and your mics. And we do have the department's report in front of us. You heard the presentations and the questions. And
let's see.
And welcome. We do hear you, Chief Scott and Commander Hamilton. Welcome. And
Thank you.
We did hear, as I think you did, the prior presentation, very impactful. You heard at least from the desire to include that transcript of their presentations along with the report, and you also heard a desire amongst at least some of the commissioners to make a recommendation to City Council that the task forces be fully funded. I open this up to you now for your presentation because I do think we need to hear about the impact the cutbacks have had on the efforts of the human trafficking task forces. So with that, I turn it over to you.
I'll defer to Chief Scott, and I'll go second.
All right, well, first I have a Sergeant Yolanda Marcellus is with me, but for some reason, I don't think you guys can see her. She's off in the distance. But I will just start off with what the report says. And it basically really says that if we don't have the funding, we will have less task forces. As you can see, just in the year, we're 15% less arrests. We have 44% less decrease in rescues. Last year we had 266 pet stops. And then this year we're at 44. And last year we had 191 vehicle stops that addressed this issue. And this year we're at 22 stops. As you know, when we do these investigations and these rescues, it really takes a lot of resource and it takes a lot of time. And I think our speakers before that really discussed about having the education and the training that is required to do that. But I want to keep in mind that it's not just the rescue that we have to focus on, especially when you talk about the human trafficking and the prostitution that is in South Los Angeles. Primarily, our prostitution track is on Figueroa Boulevard. It's about 3.5 miles. It encompasses 2 police divisions. And since we've had this, the pandemic, we have seen a huge increase of activities in that track. And mostly you're seeing it because we're stopping girls and getting pimps that are from like San Diego. We're getting them from San Bernardino, from out of state, that are coming here to this track. We're noticing that we're seeing an uptick because the strip clubs and all the places that they would normally go are closed because of the pandemic. And what we are able to do is attack the problem in 3 folds. And I think they said that in the last project. We're able to provide education, and not just education to the girls, but education to our community and education to our police officers. We're able to do engagement, and we're also able to do enforcement. And our enforcement, it's in 2 folds. It's one, trying to rescue the girls, also try to break that chain of supply and demand, and removing the Johns off the street. Undercover use of force, identifying victims, making sure that we're apprehending the pimps. We do traffic enforcement in that area. We make sure, if you look at Figueroa goes across schools. We're fortunate this year that our schools are closed, but we are seeing, when we talk about our prostitution and we're talking our rescue and our human trafficking, that it's 24/7. It doesn't stop. So you need resources to be out there. At one point we had them trying to pick up and recruit women as they were going to church. So we made sure during the church time hours that we had footbeats and resources there. During school, we make sure that the children have safe passage as they're going through their schools. And without the funding of those things, you'll see a decrease in our presence. You'll see a decrease in our ability to do as many operations and fully take these cases through prosecution. And I'll just give you an example. Just like last week, just in South Bureau, I know there was 33 rescues, and in South Bureau, we had 3 of those rescues were here in South Bureau. One of the girls or the minors that we arrested, this would be her 3rd rescue. And we're hoping that this will be a trick. So I'm gonna turn it over a little bit to my sergeant so she can talk a little bit about the investigation, hands-on, boots on the ground, and then we'll open it up for questions if you have any.
Good afternoon, commissioners and Chief Moore. My name is Sergeant Yolanda Mancias. I am the supervisor for OSB's Human Trafficking Task Force. It's myself, Sergeant 1, and I have 7 investigators. My investigators operate as detective case carrying officers, investigators, as well as UC operators. So when we talk about the complexity of human trafficking, we're talking about the necessity of getting more victims for successful prosecution as required by our human trafficking DAs. A lot of times we don't get that cooperation on the first interview, during the first contact. Like a lot of the survivors said, a lot of our citations and our arrests, it takes multiple contacts for them to actually build trust, to provide little bits of information at a time, and in which we document, and it actually is compiled. And when we do apprehend our traffickers, a lot of times our surveillance operations, we conducted more in 2020, but that's also incorporating, looking for those pimps and those traffickers who are frequently monitoring and surveilling their victims while they work. It takes hours of sitting, waiting, watching to make sure that we have the right person attached to our victim. So one of the things also that I wanted to talk about with regards to our investigators is that they're very, very well versed in vice activities as well as human trafficking. I've got 3 human trafficking experts on my unit, and their resilience matches that resilience of the victims. They're going out there, they've been doing it for quite some time, and they're compassionate. Many times I know we look at numbers and we look at arrests and decrease and increases, but a lot of times we are paying for food out of our pockets. It's heartbreaking to see a lot of these children, once they are in police custody and sitting down in a soft room, immediately fall asleep because they're so tired. And it'll take a toll on an officer because these human trafficking investigators are so into what they do. It's hard not to break that professional and that human side. Our overtime details have stopped, but those details actually allowed us to educate officers that assisted us that don't normally do human trafficking. We trained them, we educated them on what they were looking for, so they in turn on the regular duties could actually use some of that knowledge when they were working along Figueroa. Other than that, I really don't know if we've got Figueroa is its own monster. It's 3.5 miles from Gage all the way down to Imperial. We've got about 30 motels. We've just got an environment ripe for human trafficking. We've got girls from 60s to the 70s block, all the way Century and down south. We've got a lot of dark, areas and everything. We can actually go in and talk about the different things that contribute to human trafficking along Figueroa, but we are doing our best. We do focus a lot on our complex investigations because once those sentences are secured, these pimps have gotten an idea that pimping girls isn't gonna it's not a slap on the wrist. So we work closely with the DA's office to ensure that our investigations are thorough and that we are looking for a successful prosecution in the end.
Good. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Chief Scott. Have you concluded, Chief Scott? I just want to be sure.
Nope, just again, I'd like to make sure that our report is reviewed and then transmitted to public safety, and that it will have an impact. But again, as Chief Moore would say, that doesn't stop our enforcement, that doesn't stop our engagement, and that doesn't stop our community outreach.
Thank you, Chief Scott. Commander Hamilton, I see you opened your microphone. Did you want to add something, sir?
I did, and I'm also going to be joined by my HT OVB Vice Supervisor, Lieutenant Mark Evans. So can you hear me clearly? So I make sure. Okay, good. So I'm going to echo some of the same things as Deputy Chief Scott and the Sergeant echoed. And I first want to say Tika and Ori gave an outstanding presentation there, and she after 5.5 years in Vice, I actually worked Vice here in Van Nuys back in the early 90s when it was completely out of control, quite frankly. Shortly thereafter was a Vice supervisor in Hollywood Division, where it was also completely out of control. The work that's been done by this department, working with the community over the last couple of decades to relieve the city of the scourge of street walking prostitution has been phenomenal. Back then, people were saying this was going to be an artifact of Los Angeles that we would never get rid of. And this department, working with the community, has made great strides in that area. And I will tell you right up front that if this funding goes away and we cannot maintain our foot on the gas, we are going to see these problems come back to communities that we have worked very hard over the last few years to eradicate. Going in specifically to the Operations Valley Bureau experience, I want to, specifically talk about first the funding. Our funding has been cut to zero. So just to be very specific, without those funds to run the overtime details, to have the staffing, to have the rental cars that we need to operate as undercover officers, that is a huge tool that is being used basically really just to maintain where we are right now. The problem with the decreased funding is you're going to start seeing slippage, and you're going to start seeing victims like Ori, like Tika, come back out to the community being repeatedly victimized because our officers are not there to intervene. And that's a huge price to pay. We often look at things as a blight on the community, but quite often, as you just saw powerfully, the human impact of what happens out on the streets with these young lives that are forever lost sometimes. They are success stories because they worked with the police and with service providers, and they were able to get out of what we call the life. They were able to get out of the game. That's great, but we have hundreds of other victims that come through the city of Los Angeles that are trafficked by these pimps that are not going to have the same opportunity as them. That's who we're actually working for. We're working to save their futures. And these are real lives that we're talking about saving over these years. There are real lives behind these numbers, behind the community complaints. By taking that funding away, we are forfeiting these lives, and we're leaving them in this life of oppression and victimization. And make no mistake, Alan was absolutely right. It's the life of victimization for these young women and some of these young men as well. We faced a 50% reduction in our staffing because that funding was cut. And just briefly for the commissioners, the reason the funding for the rental cars is so important is just like we have training and we have work to hone our skills, the human traffickers, the pimps and panderers, they do the exact same thing. They're out there watching us all the time. We have to do counter surveillance. We have to change up what we do. A big part of that is using different cars so that we're not easily identifiable when we're dealing with the same pimps that come to the same areas. Previously, back at the start of this effort in human trafficking and Operations Valley Bureau, we used to be funded to the tune of $1 million. And that was back a few years ago. That funding is now zero. That funding that used to be at $1 million level is now zero. Plus, we used to get $25,000 to $30,000 a year for the rental cars as well. So those things severely impact our ability to keep corridors like the Sepulveda Boulevard corridor clear of street walking prostitution. There's another cost though that I want to make sure that the commissioners understand. We have a cost of allowing other types of Part 1 criminal activity and Part 2 criminal activity to come in when human traffickers come in, when the prostitution activity increases. We have an increase in aggravated assaults. We have an increase in other Part 1 crimes. We see robberies, we recover guns. These are all artifacts of allowing street walking prostitution activity to continue in a corridor. Some of the crime increases we've seen July 2020 to December 2020 along the Sepulveda corridor: aggravated assaults up 3.64%, burglary up 11.76%, motor vehicle theft up 4.26%, burglary theft from vehicle up 5.88%. Now, these numbers start small, but I can guarantee you, based on my 31 years of experience, as you start seeing traffickers come back into an area and the blight, and then the Johns come back into the area, you will see them being victimized. You will see the girls being victimized. You will see all of that being reported. And we will again see crime increases occurring along these corridors that we have used these funds very judiciously over the last few years to virtually eliminate the blatant street walking prostitution out here in the San Fernando Valley. That was identified, by the way, 5 years ago as one of the main citizen complaints in Operations Valley Bureau. That is why this funding was directed towards this effort, along with getting the victims off the street. Because of the reduced funding, just a couple of quick numbers. Operations Valley Bureau, pimping and pandering arrests have gone from 58 to 27, we're down 53%. Prostitution arrests have gone from 371 to 235, we're down 36%. Loitering arrests down 23%, they've gone from 109 to 83, and total arrests are down 35%, 566 to 366. So, you know, in prior years, we looked at running somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 to 120 overtime details, depending on funding. And these were targeted, planned details where we could apply the monies and the personnel resources towards the areas where we were seeing the most problem, the most community complaints. Another thing I want to talk about that's not often thought about in terms of our enforcement, our community engagement. So in 2019, we had 447 community engagement incidents with our human trafficking task force. 2020, those numbers are down to 192. Because of the reduction in resources, we're not able to get out to the community as much. Now, I want to remind the commissioners, when we get out to the community, we are allowed to, talk about lighting, talk about security efforts, talk about hardening the target. We're able to get out to the community and ask them to work with us in conjunction with the police department to make the atmosphere less inviting, crime prevention through environmental design. We do these things to make it harder for the traffickers to come back and put the girls out to work and make it a less inviting environment to prevent them from coming out here in the first place. That is our goal. However, as you see these things deteriorate and the connectivity is reduced, it's kind of like one of the things which Ori brought up was a very, very good point. It takes repeated touches to develop those relationships with the trafficking victims. It also takes repeated touches to establish and maintain those connections with the community. And that is an absolutely crucial part of the success out here in Operations Valley Bureau that I don't want the commission to lose sight of. We have, we've seen out here in Operations Valley Bureau, 40% of our rescues in Operations Valley Bureau, minors. There were minors that we've rescued off the street. Now, our rescue numbers are down, and there's a little bit of a different tack that we take in Operations Valley Bureau. We generally use our undercover officers that are youthful in appearance to target our pimps and panderers and our traffickers so that we can get a better filing rate. We have a 95% filing rate out here, and we're very successful in we've been very successful in our prosecutions. By having a good victim, i.e. an undercover officer, we are often not struck by some of the victim problems that we have by having a rescued individual testify in court against a trafficker. We're having much greater success having our undercover officers testify against these traffickers in court. So I wanted to be brief. I don't want to go too long, but I do want to say this about Operations Valley Bureau. We've had great success out here working with the community and working with our local government officials to this point. But if we take our foot off the gas, everyone needs to realize this problem can very easily return. Again, I have 5.5 years in vice enforcement on the Los Angeles Police Department. I've literally participated in upwards of 1,000 vice investigations. I worked very closely with the late Tom LaBonge, who was a good friend of mine, to author legislation for seizing nuisance vehicles back when I worked Hollywood Vice in the late 90s. And I've been in this game for a long time. I will tell you this without fail. If the funding for these efforts is discontinued citywide, we're going to see not only the atmosphere of increased victimization, we're going to see this activity return because the pimps have a social media network where they communicate all the time. If there is a perception that Los Angeles is open for business, they will utilize this track to make their money. They're going to go where they can make the money. And we cannot allow that to return and to worsen here in Los Angeles. I remain available for any of your questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commander Hamilton. Again, thank you, and to Chief Scott and your team, Sergeant, for your presentations. Much appreciated in providing perspective on what you're facing both in South Bureau and in Valley Bureau. Commissioner Calanche, I promised you the first question, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions that are more related to, I guess, kind of the structure of the task force and funding. How long do officers serve as part of the task force? Like, what is a period of time that they might be part of a task force? I'm assuming that the longer that they stay, the more expert, they become more experts in the work. So I'm curious about that, how long the officers stay.
And for South Bureau, because it's not a vice tour, They will stay as long as they want until they get promoted or move out, but we don't have a rotation for them.
Okay.
For Operations Valley Bureau, it's the same, but we also rotate our vice operators in the valley for training throughout the operations.
So there's a consistency there. The other question is, I'm sorry, my dogs. And I think you kind of touched on it, the prosecution rate. I'm wondering about the prosecution rate, and you kind of touched on that. I know you talked about the filing of 95%. What is your prosecution rate, or average, I guess, prosecution rate?
Yeah, filing rate over 95.
I'll take that one, Chief. So out here in the valley, we're very successful because we have the victims are undercover officers.
Mhm.
So we remain in the 90s there. It fluctuates a little bit, but we're very successful in both the filing rate and the success in prosecution.
That's great. And then lastly, I'm wondering if the department receives any grant funding for the work. I know that we apply for other like federal funds and state funds for other projects, but I'm wondering if there's any grant funding that comes into the department for this work.
Commissioner, I'll answer that. No, the currently actually the 2 sergeants and the 14 personnel that are currently assigned are actually harvested from patrol units. Each of the area vice units have a small contingent of officers in the 18 areas. They're generally about 4 officers and a supervisor. The Human Trafficking Task Force was established in South Bureau and Valley Bureau because of what's been referred to as a track. That are these historic areas that for shamefully 50 years have served general underlying environmental conditions. You'll see that this is like Route 66, the old motels, the kind of a lean-to locations, the single occupancies served as a hotbed. And the department's been working diligently over many years to cut down, but it was historically was focusing on prostitution. What's happened in the last 10 years is recognizing that this pattern of child exploitation, that taking children as well as young, generally women, and exploiting them through trafficking has changed the dynamics from looking at this as a prostitution problem to looking at it as a much richer problem, which is how it's a fueling and a funding source for gangs. And it devastates these lives generally of women, but there are young men and young men and men as well that are trafficked. As generally the feeding path of this is the foster care system and the runaways. But all this is said that in shifting this from a vice unit focus to a human trafficking focus has been the energies of the organization that has not been funded beyond the fact that we've reallocated resources now with the support of the last 4 to 5 years of Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez. And with support and growing support from Councilmember Marquise Harris Dawson on the Figueroa corridor, is some investment by the council to augment these, because as South Bureau saw the establishment of the Human Trafficking Task Force, as did Valley Bureau, these officers work 4 days a week. And so even though these 16 people represent a sizable investment of department monies in the millions of dollars, these added fuels by adding what was initially about a $500,000 to $1 million and grew to be a 1.5 million last year, really allowed us to force multiply the number of shifts on those locations, as well as to expand the influence of other officers because we brought them in on these details. Unfortunately, with the elimination of overtime within the organization, these earmarks, this was one of them, Vision Zero was others, has eliminated our ability to do the overtime. However, we've remained committed to this point to maintain these 2 task forces, despite the fact that the organization had to reorganize with the loss of 350 sworn personnel. Now, I will say both of these details are in jeopardy if further cuts are required, simply from a matter of continued staffing. If we were to lose an additional 355 officers, these cuts have to come from positions. And as we said yesterday in my remarks, we have moved away from specialized areas to give geographic areas as much of the remaining staffing as possible. So this, I've given you a little broad discussion, but I do want to call out because we've not talked about the council support. But Councilmember Monica Rodriguez, Chair of Public Safety, and Marquise Harris Dawson, and also some support from the Council President, Nuri Martinez, have been vocal supporters and have brought funding to this. What the command staff is telling you here today, though, is those augmented deployments are jeopardized with the lack of the continued funding of overtime. And yet we also recognize, as I said yesterday, and we say every day, we recognize that the city is in a very precarious position when it comes to funding.
Got it. That was very helpful. I would encourage us to look at federal funding or other funding that might be available to even further augment the work. I mean, it seems like this work is like super important and could use even more resources. So I really, if we are kind of the epicenter of a lot of the trafficking, I think that we would be in a good position to get more federal funding or other funding, even foundation funding, to address some of these issues that impact youth. So I would love to work with you on, looking to identify other funding sources to further augment the budget to have the resources that we need to address these issues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Much appreciated. Commissioners, questions for the department on this issue? I recognize we've been working at this for a bit. You might have had your questions answered, but if you do have questions, please, Commissioner Bonner, I see your mic is open, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just needed a little bit of clarification on a couple of points because that are a little bit muddled, probably in my mind. But I noted a couple of things. One is the briefing, referred to commenting on the impact on the task forces. And I think there's a reference to the enforcement generally, or the human trafficking operations generally. And then the commander was speaking to all the efforts of cleaning up and getting streetwalkers off the street. And that, in my mind, is a little bit muddled with the question of trafficking versus addressing this the prostitution issue. And then I saw the breakout in the charts were referencing the arrests versus the rescues. So I'm not clear, were some of the rescues people who had been arrested, do some of the arrests refer, or are they different? Are you addressing different things? So I need a little bit of clarification really on that generally. And then finally, in terms of the budget impact, the impression or the perception is that I know you have these two specialized areas that have been identified as particularly problematic, and that's where I understand the task force is concentrating their efforts on. But the picture that's painted is as if the funding goes away, the operations goes away, or the effort goes away. And I don't believe that's the case. But I'm trying to understand, without the task force, that can't be the only source of police engagement, on this issue. I know there's a training bulletin or something on trauma-informed policing that really speaks more to how officers can identify when they're investigating a crime. They can identify people who appear to have signs of trauma that may be caught up in a trafficking situation or domestic violence. But I just need some clarification of, let's talk about, worst case scenario, the task force goes away in some way or is not funded. I need to understand what is the compensation, or how you compensate for that relative to patrol officers generally and how capable they are of dealing with this. But then I'm coming back to Alan's point. Are the patrol officers going to be thinking of it as they're being asked to redouble efforts to get streetwalkers off the street, or are they going to also have the capacity to draw the distinction the chief just underscored between moving from a vice mentality to a human trafficking posture? I know it's a fair amount there, but just clean it up as best you can. I appreciate it.
Chief, you mind if I take that? Okay, Commissioner, just to kind of sharpen it a little bit more, and I apologize. So the numbers are the overall numbers, and some of the numbers are going to be arrests for, when I say overall numbers, meaning Johns, prostitution related, could be anything from loitering to arresting a John for picking up an undercover officer or attempting to pick up an undercover officer. And then you have your pimping category. So those are mixed in with the total arrests. In terms of specifically the effect of diminishing the funding. So I'm going to break this down into kind of two tiers. You have your basic human trafficking task force, which covers, as the chief said, those 4 days. So you have 4 of the 7 days covered. The additional funding allows for persistence. Now, persistence in the trafficking world, in trafficking and pimping is kind of interchangeable, just for clarification. In the trafficking world, persistence is what really deters the activity from coming back to the community. So we've used a deterrence model in Operations Valley Bureau much more so than a reliance on, hitting the right spot every single time and getting your target every single time. A lot of it is persistence, visibility. As a matter of fact, Operations Valley Bureau, their Human Trafficking Task Force conducted a formal study in partnership with CSUN to change the actual environment and to analyze the environment along these tracks. So it goes beyond just monies towards enforcement. We change the environment to make it less hospitable for them to come back out and conduct that illegal activity in the community. In terms of having other people do the enforcement, yes, there are vice units, and as the chief identified, typically they have 4 officers. Some of them are augmented with a couple of extra officers, but the vice unit has other responsibilities. One of the big impacts we're having here in the San Fernando Valley are the illegal gambling establishments. Illegal gambling establishment investigations are very complex, just like the pimping and pandering and trafficking investigations. When we make an arrest, they're very similar to a complex investigation, very similar to a homicide, especially when you have a victim involved. You have victim management, you have the prosecution issues, you have evidence management. There are a lot of factors that go into a successful prosecution, and those also take time and resources away, and that removes those resources from the street. So in other words, when they're committed to the prosecution, attending court hearings, getting victims moved around, and all those other things, that's more time for the Human Trafficking Task Force off the street, and it lowers their visibility and it lowers their capability of enforcement.
So, and that's very helpful. I would say that that one thing or one recommendation I would make relative to going forward, not just with the council, but generally, is to do all that's possible to draw this distinction between the perpetrators of trafficking and the effort directed in that area versus, again, someone who may be engaged in some transaction on the street that's illegal, but is the victim of trafficking and is being thought of and treated differently. And I say this because it was interesting in doing some of my other research that even in the public health community, oftentimes you find this kind of tension where this discussion is about or how important are police? Are you at the margins really? Or are you at the center? Or what is the role of police? And this is one area, for example, where when you're talking about going to the source of traffickers and dealing with with the perpetrators, there's a pretty clear consensus that law enforcement and police are seriously needed to deal with that element of it, to kind of shut off that part of it. And then it's a little less clear what the thinking is as to how do you deal with the victims, the women involved. But that's at least, I think, just something that we'll continue to struggle with. But to be clear, in these conversations, in terms of arrest and enforcement and things, how much of that is dealing on which side of the equation?
So, Commissioner, having come up through the ranks with Dr. Powell, through all these years, I've literally known Stephanie for, going on 25 years. We came up through the ranks together. We both worked vice at the same time. We kind of fought the same battles, and the linkage there between our victims and law enforcement, as Ori said, is crucial to not only the recovery of the victim, but it's crucial to the prosecution of the trafficker. That is a symbiotic relationship that requires the input of a dedicated investigator on the police side. You will not have those successes if you remove any of those 3 legs of that stool. The NGOs that participate and are very well equipped cannot go in and prosecute and they cannot go in and do enforcement. And that is a crucial part of it. And yes, there is that push-pull in terms of them being identified as criminal perpetrators on the prostitution side, i.e. committing an act of prostitution. But they are critical in terms of their victimization, especially the minors, and they are critical in making sure that the traffickers are brought to justice.
Thank you, Commander Hamilton.
Law enforcement plays that role.
Thank you, Commander. Commissioner Bonner, anything further, sir?
Just one, and this somebody can get with me later on this offline, which is this conversation today has been all about the situation involving women or young girls and women who may be encountered on the streets. But I know there's a big domestic violence element of this problem as well, and so I'll maybe follow up with either the commander or Chief Scott offline, somebody who can talk to me a little bit about the efforts relative to addressing this in the context of domestic violence.
Absolutely, Commissioner Bonner. Thank you. I'll ask the department to follow up with the commissioner, and it might be potentially even Detective Bureau, but I'll leave to the department to decide that. Commissioner Soboroff, Commissioner Briggs, I see your mic is open, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commander Hamilton, and thank you, Chief Scott. I really appreciate your presentations. This question is directed to either Commander Hamilton or Chief Moore. If you had a wish list in terms of recommending to the City Council the amount that should be funded for these task force to deal with human trafficking, what would it be?
If I could, no, I'll take that, Ellen. Thank you.
I'm going to defer. Yeah.
Yeah. So what was put aside, the last 1.5 million, provided a disbursement amongst the 4 geographic bureaus. South Bureau and Valley Bureau are the only ones that we've harvested additional resources to center on the day-to-day focus. And then we expanded that persistence by adding overtime. Central Bureau and West Bureau, by the way, are not immune from this issue. Sex trafficking occurs across this entire city. And so it's the degree in which we have seen it that's caused a focus in these 2 areas. But restoring this would be important. But I also have to, this is a matter of, I want to remind everyone that and assure you that we're going to continue our investigative efforts as they are here. And we're going to focus on the pimping side to prosecute those that are purveyors of this evilness and really hold them accountable, as well as the Johns, the people that are creating the demand for this sinister act of cruelty from one human being to another. And the community has to have a presence and not allowing this marketplace to take place by allowing or facilitating the conduct of generally men who come and prey upon these generally women. So this is an ongoing initiative that we're continuing to go after. This funding that we're identifying here today is one area that we've had to cut and reduce that has impacts. Our effort as a department will be to minimize the enormity of those impacts by utilizing and rearranging our existing resources. What hasn't been mentioned here today, and I want to call out Deputy Chief Chris Pitcher and his command of Detective Support and Vice Division, is the Human Trafficking Task Force that is there. They truly then, goes back about 7 years, established the first task force in this area that grew. And that had to be curtailed as well. So, but our commitment as a department is some of these specialized areas have required us to realign back to geographic areas, and we'll continue to focus on that. If we had that silver bullet, it would be to restore this money, but that can't be done in isolation of all the other demands on police service.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Commissioner Soboroff, questions or no? You had them all answered. Okay, very good. So the matter before us is to review the department's report, transmit to the Public Safety Committee. And I would like to modify that to include the transcript of the Board of Police Commissioners' presentations on item 3A and 3B today, to add that to the report. And Mr. Tiefenk advises that's not a problem, correct, sir? Very good. And with respect to the earlier conversation from Commissioner Briggs, as also recommending in a separate letter from the commission, I take it, Commissioner Briggs, to recommend to the city council that they fully fund the human trafficking task forces without cutting other portions of the department. Commissioner Briggs, is that correct? And just to ask the city to prioritize this because of the vulnerability of the victims and that they are in fact the most vulnerable in our community that need protection. Do I largely have that correct, Commissioner Briggs?
You do. Thank you. Thank you for giving voice to my thoughts.
I don't always get it right, as other commissioners will tell you. But with that, I will move that forward. And is there a second?
Second.
Commissioners, if you could open your microphones, and all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Very good. It passes 5-0. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for your time on this incredibly important issue. As we all know and have heard, this is a pervasive and insidious crime that threatens our young people throughout the city, the most vulnerable. And I appreciate your patience in hearing all these details. And my thanks again to all the presenters today, both from the department as well as from the community groups, and most especially all the survivors. Thank you. And thank you for all that you do to help the young people in Los Angeles. Thank you. With that, commissioners, I'm going to turn to items 3C through H, and I'm going to run through them in order. If you have a question on an item, I am going to pull it aside and just get to all the votes. Okay, I'd like to just take up all the votes. And if there's any matters that we have to call up, we'll do so. So let me pull up 3C. Are there questions on items 3C, commissioners? I'll hold item 3C. Item 3D, are there any questions on item 3D? Seeing no takers. Let's vote on item 3D. The recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the mayor. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please open mics and say aye, please.
Aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 3E. Any questions on item 3E? I'll move that to a vote then, and the recommended board action is to approve the executive director's report and transmit to the mayor and city council. I've moved it. Is it seconded?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0 as well. Items 3F. Any questions on item 3F? Very well, I'll call the matter. The recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the mayor and city council. I'll move it. Is it seconded?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. Items item 3G. Any questions on item 3G?
Yes.
Yes, I'll hold item 3G. 3H?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, very good. We will take those up in order then. 3C. I'll call that matter up. I understand Chief Pitcher is here and perhaps others on the request for approval of professional services between the City of Los Angeles and Didi Hirsch. Chief Pitcher and Lieutenant Munoz.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners.
Why don't we rather all commissioners have read your matter. Commissioner Bonner, why don't I ask you to proceed with your questions if you don't mind, Chief. I'm sure you're ready with a solid presentation, but in the interest of expediency, why don't we go directly to questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And what I'll do is, why don't I just tick them all each off? They're probably reasonably quick answers if you have them. So I'll just run through them all and you can respond accordingly. One, and this is actually, except for this one, and maybe a little more discussion, which is the scope of work says that it covers those in suicidal crisis or in severe emotional distress. And so I'm wanting to understand a little bit more really in that second one in particular. I know what the suicidal crisis is, and that's laid out here, but it's just a little wanting to understand not just what that includes, but maybe it's more efficient to address what it doesn't include, like what's outside that, that's that severe emotional distress. And related to that, I'm assuming that there would be some calls that would be referred back to LAPD. And so if that's the other question, if that's true, and how that would be handled. And then also, I may have just read this too quickly, but it says that they're going to run this 8 hours per day. Wasn't clear to me if they're going to be involved just business hours, or is it, what those hours would be. And just, how you'll know, like how, if calls are being handled timely and those kind of things. So hopefully that's clear enough, but if not, I can run through any given question individually.
So Commissioner Bonner, it's going to be operating 7 days a week, and it's going to start its operations from 12 p.m. through 8 p.m. every night, once again, 7 days a week. It will have access to 13 different languages, as well as servicing the deaf community. And ultimately, I'm going to defer to Lieutenant Kelly Muniz relative to your other question about the calls, the manner in which they're being handled, and the ones that are outside. But before I do that, they do have a method of measuring the effectiveness in the review that is also described, that they are going to be developing to make sure that the calls are being handled in an appropriate manner. That will be reviewed by Detective Services and Vice Division, particularly Lieutenant Muniz will be reviewing that on a monthly basis to make sure that they are performing as required. And for your other question, I'm going to turn that back over to Lieutenant Muniz. Kelly.
Hello, Commissioner Bonner. I believe your question was reference to emotional distress. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I'll just tell you that, the general, I understand this is a pilot that's going to pilot program, and that's all good. I think the big picture issue is that, we see a lot of situations that start as one thing and they end up something else. So somebody calls in, hey, this person's having some sort of emotional issue. And then in the course of responding to that, it turns into something else. So I'm just trying to understand, practically speaking here, like, is this pilot really going to get into that area? So would we expect some of those calls to be in that category? Or is it a more streamlined, less complicated set of, calls that would be within this scope? But, that's kind of what I'm trying to understand.
So on a surface level, emotional distress is, this whole pilot was initiated in an effort to not have police respond to calls that are really better served from professionals in this field. So those calls that are considered emotional distress would be something similar to somebody contemplating suicide, sitting at home contemplating suicide. And typically if someone in that situation were to call 911, then we would send an ACAR, we would send a police car. Now we're going to have the capacity to actually have people not only not have the police come to their home, but they're also going to be connected with mental health professionals, and then subsequent offerings should the subject want to participate in other mental health services. Also on this call is Dr. Don Goldfinger and Sandra Kramer of Didi Hirsch. If you'd like more elaboration on that, sir.
Lieutenant, can you briefly call, there's a criteria that, to the commissioner's question, that we will not dispatch Didi Hirsch, or Didi Hirsch will hand it back to us. Talk about the violence involved, those type of there's a set criteria of bullet points. Can you just briefly cover those bullet points?
Correct, sir. Yes, in the event that there's a weapon and others present in a residence, there's presenting a danger to other people. They're in an elevated platform, maybe in a vehicle, driving erratically, again, endangering others. In those instances, clearly that's well beyond the purview of a 911 diversion line, that we would, in those instances, send a patrol car in an effort to de-escalate, and then hopefully get a SMART team out there to have a clinical response to those calls.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was. I don't know, Chief. Did I miss that? Was that in the scope of work? I didn't see that part of it. I'm flipping through it.
No, Commissioner. It's in our operational bulletins.
Okay.
As far as actually implementing this, so
All right.
it wasn't. It's referenced for the contract, but it's in more vague language. But for us operationally, to your point, how do we call through this hook? These calls, and that's an operational issue.
Great. Thank you very much. So I appreciate the input, both Lieutenant and Deputy Chief Pitcher. That's very excited to see the pilot get underway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good, thank you. Thank you all.
I have a quick
Commissioner question, Commissioner Calanche.
Yes, just quickly, what or how are the hours of 12 to 8 selected? Is there a specific reason those are the hours?
Yes, those were selected based on the heightened of calls. It's based on our call. So ideally, this program will be a 24-hour program, but we were only funded for 8 hours. Consequently, the 8 hours chosen were at the height of calls.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions from commissioners? I don't see any other microphones being opened up. With that, the recommended board action is to approve the department's report and transmit to the mayor, which I will move forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you, Chief Pitcher, Lieutenant Nunez, and the entire team that came forward today for our presentation. Thank you. Next matter we'll call up, I believe, is Captain Long. It's item G, the department's report relative to the approval of a non-monetary donation regarding the purchase of internet protocol, surveillance cameras, and wireless routers. And as soon as Captain Long comes up, or his designee, we can begin that matter. Perhaps Captain Long is not online. I thought I saw him.
I went off and now I'm back on.
Oh, very good. There we are. Welcome, sir. Commissioners, Captain, I'm sure you have a wonderful presentation prepared, but I know commissioners have questions, so I'm going to go directly to questions. Commissioner Bonner, it was you, sir, right?
Yes. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Captain. And you're familiar with both items, G and H, Captain?
It's G, actually.
Okay, well, because there's an overlapping question, but I'll starting with G. The overlapping question is that the write-up on item G on page 5, it says that these cameras will be can or will be used for unplanned events involving crowds, which is something that item H also says that it's to be used for. So I wanted some clarification of that. But also relative to G, can you also just relative to major crimes, is this something that's is this type of surveillance, would this be used to help build a case to justify a warrant, or would it be used to surveil crimes generally? Or, I mean, just talk a little bit about the various.
Generally what we use the cameras for, and it can be used for several different things, but in general, it'll be a request from an incident commander at a pre-planned event that might want overall surveillance or camera coverage of that area. In general, those are public areas. Good example would be the front steps of City Hall, where we've seen numerous protests over the last 6 months. I don't believe we've used those camera images in criminal cases very often, but it could come up. But from time to time, we are requested to put cameras up for specific criminal cases. And that might lead to, let's give the recent example. There's a threat of a Northeast area gang that they made against police officers. RHD contacted us and with some pole cams put up in a specific area in that gang area. So those cameras might capture plates or suspects that might lead RHD to have enough to write a search warrant. So sort of overarching, in general, they're used for unplanned protests that an incident commander might want the ability to control a set of cameras to get a better picture of the crowd, or problems in the crowd, or agitators in that crowd, or violent offenders in that crowd. That's generally what those are used for.
Are these handheld cameras, or are they actually, you know, mounted on something or someplace, or would the crowd be aware that they're there, or are they? I mean, I imagine it could be any or all of the above, but generally speaking.
Generally speaking, they're called what's pole cams, so put above a crowd with access to electricity to have them run. And vast majority of them, I want to say 3/4 of them would be just like regular looking security cameras. We do have the ability to make about 1/4 of those covert cameras. Those are generally used more for the criminal cases than an incident commander using it as a sort of a crowd monitoring device.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Why don't we, on item H, ask Chief Gramala to come forward? That way the overarching questions can also be answered, Commissioner Bonner, so that any follow-up question you may want to ask, you'll have access before we vote. So, Madam Secretary, if you could ask Chief Gramala, who I believe is covering item H, to come forward. And Commissioner Bonner, why don't I ask you to proceed with that overarching question you had?
Well, the overarching element of it was a situation where, again, they both refer to technology that's in use in crowd situations, or could be crowd situations, and that's why I wanted to understand, would they be in that case, at least on this specific question, in that case, would they be deployed under common control, if you will, or would you have the tactical film unit coming and doing some things, and then the major crimes division coming and doing some other things? And so that's in a crowd situation. If you could explain just that part of it, which gets used and how.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. They could, in all candor, complement one another. But when we're talking about the 16 camcorders here in item H for the tactical film unit, they're primarily replacement cameras, handheld. They could also be affixed to a tripod, but primarily handheld. And the primary purpose is to document department activities, actions, strategies, the declaring of unlawful assemblies, and then dispersal orders, so that we have video evidence that may be required in any legal proceedings or later in civil action to show that the department complied with the legal responsibilities it has in those crowd management situations where things, as Captain Long alluded to, could turn violent. We could have property crime, we could have physical violence, and we want to ensure that we have the capacity to paint the picture very clearly, so there's no ambiguity as far as department actions are involved. It can also be used for training. So if there are ways in which we are looking for best practices, or ways in which we as a department can improve training or a response to an incident, that video could also be used in those settings as well. But it's a critical piece of any of the department's interactions when we're talking about crowd control and crowd management, but we're not looking at anything necessarily surreptitious or anything of that kind. This is really a documentation piece in item H.
Okay, thank you. And then, so my final question in that regard is, this is relative to H in particular, I think, is this discretionary, or is it automatic? So in one of these cases, does the tactical film unit automatically appear and set this into motion? So is it almost like body worn in that event where we would expect that there be this film available in all these cases, or is it discretionary where there's a decision made as to when and how to use it?
At pre-planned events, Commissioner, we would have them already pre-deployed and ready. But where we have spontaneous events, they could be asked for by an incident commander, by the Department Operations Center, a geographic area captain, or a supervisor. So there's different ways in which they can respond. I think it's important too that we have 32 additional officers citywide that are trained in the use and the protocols for the camera and why we want it deployed to a scene, again, for documentation purposes. So in addition to the film unit, these cameras could be accessed by 32 trained officers citywide.
Okay, but lastly, can you clarify, you clarified when they'd be pre-deployed, if you have something that's planned versus unplanned. But what I'm asking is, or the point I wanted to clarify is this discretionary where someone would decide to use it? Or again, I'm comparing it a little bit to body worn, where there's an event, involving large numbers of people. Would we, for example, expect that there would be this footage one way or the other, whether it was pre-deployed or came upon, sometime during the incident? Or would there be cases where someone would say, no, they weren't deployed, and that's why we don't have the footage?
Best practices is the expectation is they will be deployed, but what we found is because of a lack of availability, because a lot of these cameras as we have them today are non-functioning. Sometimes it has been, again, candidly, hit and miss. And it's not for the lack of trying, but it's the lack of availability. That's why this donation will help us to achieve that goal of having it out there as needed.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's all
Mr.
I have.
Bond.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, commissioners, on items G or H? Seeing no microphones being open, we'll call them individually. On item G, the recommended board action is to approve the report and transmit to the mayor and city council. I'll move that forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. And then item H, the recommended board action is to approve the department's report and accept the donation. I will move the matter forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We'll now move to closed session. Madam Secretary.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 4A1, 4A2, 4B1, 4B2, and 4B3 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
I apologize, Commissioners. My camera will not start in my office. I'm ready for the report out.
You can't hear Commissioner Decker.
Very well. Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you. And now we have all 5 commissioners having returned from closed session. Mr. Tiefenk, would you please do the readout of closed session?
Sure. As to item 4A1, the commission has concluded its work. Item 4A1, officer involved shooting 007-20. The finding were unanimous, adopting the chief's recommendations on a 5-0 vote. Those findings are relevant to tactics, tactical debrief, 1 Sergeant 2, 2 Sergeant 1s, 1 Police Officer 3, 2 Police Officer 2s. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 Sergeant 2, 1 Police Officer 3, 2 Police Officer 2s. Lethal use of force in policy, 2 Police Officer 2s. As to item 4A2, officer involved shooting animal 008-20. Commission adopted chief's recommendations unanimously on a 5-0 vote. The findings, tactics, administrative disapproval, 2 Police Officer 2s. Drawing in policy, 2 Police Officer 2. Lethal use of force out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 Police Officer 2. As to item 4B1, adjudication of Chief of Police Complaint 2000321, adjudicated. Item 4B2, Chief of Police Complaint 20-000467, adjudicated. As to item 4B3, Chief of Police Complaint 20-001242, adjudicated. That concludes the report out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiefenk. Is there a motion to adjourn? I'll move that we adjourn. Is it second? It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The Board of Police Commissioners stands adjourned until our next scheduled meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.